Hello and welcome to Silent Hill, continuing my playthrough to celebrate its 25th anniversary as part of Rod-Legion-Ween. So on the second last day of October, so this playthrough is going to be covering today and Halloween Day / night as well. Hey there, nah bro, coming in with the wind, coming in strong with the gust. Now, it would be funny if your username was Gus_T, Gusty, must have been the wind. Hey there, Etone. How's things going? Hey, Keone. How are you today? So there's a bit of music that will play when we exit the hospital that I haven't covered yet. So I'll do that. At the end of the last stream, I just wanted to see where things were going to be with music. So I had some music to play with my outro stuff. But at the start of this stream, we're going to go out of the hospital and I'm just going to stop and wait until the music either loops or stops as well. But we're up to the part where Harry has awakened in the normal hospital, and Dahlia speaks to him once more and gives him the key to the antique shop. So that's basically where we're up to in the story at the moment. Kit Kat, thank you so very much for the 2 months in a row. Thank you very, very much. Muchly appreciated. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope your week is going well. Welcome on in. Damn, I didn't realize I didn't have much handgun ammo left. Although I did go pretty crazy with the handgun ammo in the hospital, so I have to keep an eye on that now. Got 51 shotgun shells, so that will do me if I need to in a pinch. Thank you for that, Kit Kat. That's so awesome. Thank you very much. The Green Lion Antique Shop. There is a clock. Nothing special. None of this stuff is of any use. You never know, Harry. You could recycle it for something. Or you could use it as a placeholder for something else. It's like, turn some big, giant, old, decrepit, I don't know, desk clock and turn it into a doorstop. There is a mark on the floor where somebody moved the cabinet.
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air.
Hmm?
What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie. No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
darkness devouring the town. Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay. Sybil,
Yeah?
do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
Hello, Mr. Goatee. Welcome on in, dude. Yeah, yeah, it's good to do some more Silent Hill 1. How's things been going today, dude? I hope you're having a good one. There's a bit of music that was playing in the conversation that Harry was having with Sybil, but I don't think I can get it without the dialogue and stuff talking over it. Um, I'm going to try to go back out to where Sybil was, but I don't think the game will let me. So hopefully I can get that music somewhere else. But if not, what I'll do is next run through of the game, I'll just basically stop to listen to it with maybe the sound effects turned off just to see if it affects the volume of the dialogue and stuff. But if not, so be it. You can still hear it, but it would have been nice to hear it on its own without any other sounds over the top of it. This bit of music is another memorable one for me as well. It's just got this sort of like mysteriousness to it, but it's almost like this clock. It has this sort of like deranged, morbid clock sound, dinging and donging that sort of like gets slow and down to like a slow sort of pace and then picks back up again. Something along the lines of that. It's like deranged church bells ringing. There's something a bit off about the ringing of the bells.
What's this? Some kind of altar. Never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Axe. A small one-handed axe, moderately effective as a weapon. Some kind of powder is left in the chalice. That's essentially a picture of the god that the cult of Silent Hill worships.
What the?
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
Where am I?
Harry.
Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital?
You were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure, Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Was that another dream? Did I pass out again?
This is just where some of that Silent Hill magic comes into play. The idea of going into one location, blacking out, and then appearing in a completely different location, and then finding out that you're actually in a different location all along. Just this sort of like pretzel of intertwining, kind of like Inception like sort of things, is probably a good way to put it as well. It's interesting too, where he talks about how he might have had a car accident and is lying unconscious in a hospital. Well, spoiler alert, one of the endings that you can get is literally he's had the car accident and he's dead, and everything was just something that happened in his mind before he passed away from the crash. That's one of the endings. Um, I was talking yesterday about how there's the police station in this game that you don't have to go into. It's more like an optional place to visit. But if you do, there's some interesting information about the drug trafficking that was going on in Silent Hill. And if you don't go into the police station and read about that document, the game's narrative will point it out to you anyway in that conversation that Harry has with Sybil, where she talks about it. But it's essentially the White Claudia stuff, and when Harry was in the other church, that white powder that he talked about, that's the White Claudia substance as well. And I was talking about how that could be considered by some, if you're first playing the game, to be the explanation for what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's just a cult that's affected by these hallucinations. Nothing that they're seeing is actually real. It's just a hallucination and all that kind of stuff. But that's really just a little part of it. It's something that was used in their rituals, for sure. But the god that they're worshipping is a very real thing that is possible to occur, and Cheryl is the key. So essentially, what happened? That fire that Lisa talked about, Alessa didn't actually die in the fire. she was still alive, and she was psychic. So all the pain and suffering that she feels is being projected onto the town and is amplifying her powers. And that's why the town is being affected in this way as well. But likely the whole drug trafficking thing was also just something that the cult could do to bring money in to help, fund their cult activities and all that kind of stuff. Um, so there's all that going on as well. But essentially, what happens is Alessa's soul gets split into two, and the split soul ends up being a new baby that Harry finds with his wife on the side of a road, and that is actually Cheryl. So Cheryl isn't his biological daughter, adopted daughter. They found her on the road, and so the way that the ritual worked was that after 7 years had passed, that child would get a calling back to Silent Hill, and however many different ways it could work its way into reality is how it would bring her to it, almost like a siren that had gone out to Cheryl. And most likely, the vacation that her and her father are going on, Harry might have maybe thought it was just something that he was thinking of doing, but it's something that is part of the call back to back to Silent Hill as well. So that's why Cheryl has gone missing and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty trippy when you look at the story as a whole. But in this game's case, it's not the town is showing sides of someone's subconscious to try and wake them up to the truth of some tragedy or something like that. Um, that was something that Silent Hill 2 had as its story and added into the series. And then just multiple games after that actually took that kind of concept on board and ran with it. Silent Hill 1 and 3 are directly related to the cult. Silent Hill 4 is also related to the cult, but there's also some other elements as well. Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill, Silent Hill Origins also has a little bit of that, but it's mainly in one of the endings, I think, where it turns out that Travis is a serial killer called the Butcher. And that was some kind of, truth that he wasn't owning up to. But that's an exception because it's part of an ending. But it's supposed to tie itself to Silent Hill 1 with the cult. But then you've got Silent Hill Homecoming, which is about a cult as well that splintered off from the one in Silent Hill and founded a new place called Shepherd's Glen. But the catch is that they have to appease the cult by sacrificing um, every person who's part of the founding of Shepherd's Glen, the generation. They have to make a sacrifice of a child. So Alex and Josh are the two children of two characters that are supposed to give one up. And the one that they wanted to sacrifice was Alex. But Alex accidentally kills Josh. And so that's why they treat Alex like a piece of shit, is because they wanted to sacrifice him and they wanted to keep Josh. But Alex's actions caused them to lose Josh. And therefore, everything's fucking up because the sacrifice was messed up. Silent Hill Downpour is also about a character who is coming to terms with the truth of an event. And what that is depends on what ending you get and all that kind of stuff. Silent Hill Shattered Memories is a remake of Silent Hill 1, but it's also one of those things where it's a character coming to terms with the reality of the situation as well. So it's not something that was in the first game. It was something that was brought into the second, and then a lot of games afterwards, later, decided to use that as their sort of like thing. Where it's like, hey, how about we do Silent Hill about someone who has no memory of a 10-year gap, and let's make it that they go back to the town because they feel an urge to go there and they start to notice certain things, and it gets revealed that the reason why they can't remember that 10-year gap is because they were part of some kind of like, group that sacrificed people, and one of the people that was supposed to be sacrificed ended up fighting back and causing the character you're playing as to lose their memory or something. I'm just making one up, but that kind of thing is something that a lot of games in the series ended up doing. But there are a lot of games that are focused more on just the cult of Silent Hill, and they might incorporate a little bit of the whole, the character didn't know that they were this, but only in an ending, like I said. with Silent Hill Origins. Travis, in one of the endings, he finds out that he's the butcher, the serial killer that's been going around. But there is an actual butcher enemy that he fights too, so even if you don't get that ending, the butcher as an entity is still something that exists, as a separate thing too. So it works both ways with that. Hey there, Sona, welcome on in. Just like the Salem witch trials, except that was caused by ergot poisoning. Oh, really, Sona? I didn't realize. So ergot poisoning. It's just interesting, isn't it, when you think about all these sorts of points in history where there's things that weren't known about but were attributed to other stuff. Like there would be a time period where if you were having a coughing fit, people wouldn't think, oh, there's just something wrong with your lungs. They'd be like, oh, they must be cursed or something like that. Things that at one time were given some kind of supernatural explanation, or oh, you're being punished by the gods, all that kind of stuff. But we find out that it's just because of something, like it's something someone ate. It was food poisoning, or it's some kind of chemical that causes hallucinations that didn't happen, and all that kind of stuff. Jacob's Ladder is definitely a good example of a great movie like that as well. It's one of the movies, sorry, that directly inspired the makers of Silent Hill. There's movies that came out after Silent Hill was a thing that people say inspired Silent Hill, but it's one of these things like so much stuff inspires other things. It's very, very hard to find something that is completely 100% original. Things that we think might have been brand new, they're not necessarily brand new. They might seem like they're brand new, but they're just something that's been reworked in a slightly different way to make it feel fresh. And because not everyone on the planet knows about every single thing that was created centuries leading up to their birth and afterwards, it's understandable that not everyone will be like able to know that this movie was inspired by a movie from 50 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, it's understandable to think that these things are new, but they're not 100% new as well. Like Indiana Jones, for example, that's not 100% new. Like it was fresh and new at the time because the way in which it was done was very different. But it's an amalgamation of all these other shows that had come out, all these other characters, even like looks and stuff. Like there's a lot of movies that have characters that wear a fedora, that wear like a leather jacket and all that kind of stuff. But with Indiana Jones, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg were big fans of Zorro and Flash Gordon and all those sorts of series where it's kind of like every episode there's some predicament that the character's in, and at the end of the episode you think they're going to die and that there's no way that they're going to survive, but then the next episode reveals that they have a secret item on them that they didn't have in the previous episode but was hidden from the audience, but the person in the scene has the secret item that's going to let them survive. you know for example, you might have a character at the end of an episode falling down a pit and you can see some spikes, right? But then there's a secret button on their belt that they press and it basically makes some rocket boots come. I'm not just making shit up, but it's that kind of thing where you've got these elements that get put in. And if you look at Indiana Jones, especially the first movie, is Raiders of the Lost Ark, you have these sort of like set pieces where there's the setup for it, there's the actual event, and then there's like a cliffhanger. Because there's multiple times in that movie where Indiana Jones loses the item that he's gone after or the thing that he's gone after. He might have it temporarily, but then something comes along and takes it from him and ends on a cliffhanger type of thing. So all these sorts of things can combine into something that for the people of the time might seem new, but the elements have been used multiple times in other things way before they were even born as well. Like I was born in 1983. By the time I watched my first Indiana Jones movie, who knows what other things had come out between the first Indiana Jones movie and when I saw that movie. And there's sort of like things that are inspired by that, like Prince of Persia, for example. The original Prince of Persia is inspired by Indiana Jones. Jordan Mechner, who created Prince of Persia, attributes one of the scenes from Raiders of the Lost Ark into inspiring him for Prince of Persia. And it's the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where there's the gap he has to jump across. There's a door that's closing and he has to make it to the door in time before it closes. Well, of course, he runs and jumps and doesn't make the jump, and he's hanging off the edge and tries to pull himself up. Meanwhile, the door is still closing. and eventually he gets up and gets through the door just in time, just as it closes. Well, in Prince of Persia, the original game, there's moments where there's a door far away that's slowly closing. You've got these chasms you've got to jump over, and you've got to get to them in time before the door closes on you. Otherwise, you have to backtrack and go back to the switch that activated the door in the first place. Those sorts of concepts as well. So when I played Prince of Persia, the original game on, like, I didn't play the original, sorry, I should say the Super Nintendo version of the original. When I played that, I'd already seen Indiana Jones, so there was this kind of like similarity there that I think at the time I subconsciously picked up on, but consciously, as years went by, I could make the connection and go, okay, that's one of the reasons why. And so it's funny when you look at that stuff and Jordan Mechner being inspired by Indiana Jones, um, and seeing the elements, being used in a different way in a form of a video game and how things go from there and create these inspirations. So you look at Silent Hill and you might think, oh, this is a pretty original story, someone going into a town and there's all this weird stuff. Well, obviously, the idea of cults doing magic in a town isn't brand new in Silent Hill. There would have been movies that already dealt with that kind of stuff as well. Um, and then you see these influences coming through. I was even saying yesterday in yesterday's stream, there's a picture of a lesser in a picture, and if you go and you look up the movie, I think it's called The Legend of Hell House. It's a 70s horror movie, and there's actually a character who looks exactly like that. Why? Because that's where they got it from. They got the image of what she looks like in the picture from that movie. You know, so even this Silent Hill game has elements from other stuff. So it's not completely original, but that's okay. It's not a criticism. You can have things that aren't completely original but are still good. Like for example, I like the movie Seven. I really like it a lot. I also like the movie The Bone Collector. Is The Bone Collector an original kind of thing? No. It's got a lot of similarities to Seven as well, but I like both movies. I like Seven better, but the fact that The Bone Collector is similar doesn't make me think it's a bad movie. It does what it does well. It's just that I prefer Seven over it. So there's always going to be influences that get brought in and references and Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff. So nothing can be completely original anymore. So no, that's one of the major theories. It's caused from moldy rye bread. That's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to look at things from that perspective too. More of a, okay, so what could have caused, these things that made people think, this is the work of a witch? You need to walk down to the gas station and pick up something for your gram to eat. No worries at all, Sona. I hope that the walk goes well. Yeah, Mr. Gote, those emotes for Alan Wake, they'll be active for at least, well, I think I might keep one of them active or two of them active. I might keep the torch because there's two. There's the one that I got from Alan Wake 1, which is from the title. Then the other one I got is from American Nightmare with the flashlight. So I think I'll get rid of the one from American Nightmare and then just keep the other two. The one with Alan with his face going up. Because that's something that can be used, even when I'm doing games like Control and stuff like that. So that was a very big tangent that I went off on, but I brought it back to Silent Hill towards the end there, talking about, things that were inspired by other things and put in Silent Hill. But there's definitely a rabbit hole you can go down. If there's anything that you like, research and see what might have inspired it, because then you might be surprised at some things that came out, long before that thing that you enjoy came out. Mr. Goatee, how are you finding playing the emulator this time with Silent Hill? Does it work well? Yeah, I'm using DuckStation, and it works pretty well. When it comes to what you see on the broadcast with the screen size and stuff, um, on the emulator though, there's actually bars on the top and bottom, but I've cropped the broadcast screen so that it fills out the top and bottom, but covers the black bars that are there. In cutscenes, because the resolution changes in the cutscene, it means that I can't help when that happens, and it adds the black bars even further to what's already there. There might be some settings in it that could fix that, but there's a lot of trial and error that I just do with the emulator and try to get things work. But I found, generally speaking, that it's really good with PlayStation 1 games. It's probably the best emulator for that kind of stuff. Um, it's also good to have the ability for save states as well. Like, it came in handy for my Resident Evil 3 playthrough recently because of how intricate my playthrough was, where I had to keep track of multiple different progressions and choices, so it made it easier just to use the save states. In this game, though, I've used more of the in-game saving, but I also want to use the save states for backup stuff or safety things, or like there's a part in the game that I want to showcase to show you what happens when you do something wrong, but I want to make sure that I don't have to, redo 10 or 20 minutes worth of gameplay after showing it, things like that. But yeah, the emulation seems to run pretty well.
Daddy, help me. Please? Where are you?
Cheryl!
Hello, Mr. Epic. Good morning to you. How's things going today?
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why. But there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and is what we'll remember in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that from Alan Wake. Very nicely done. Such a great intro narration by Alan there in the first game. Hey, Zombie Zool. How's things? You were too young to remember this game. 2001, when Silent Hill 2 came out, you remember that time better? Oh, very nice. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, that's my favorite one, still to this day. This one, when I first played it, I actually didn't like it that much. I didn't hate it, but I didn't really like it, and um, part of that was because I was spoiled at the time by Resident Evil, so I was more into Resident Evil. But when I gave this game a second chance, I actually noticed a lot more stuff about it, and I was able to recognize how good of a survival horror game it was, and the psychological horror aspect is really cool. And it's one of the reasons why I ended up liking a lot of psychological horror stuff. It was this game as well as Silent Hill 2, but by the time Silent Hill 2 came out, I was playing other games and stuff, so I didn't really play that until 2003, I think it was, 2003, 2004, when I played Silent Hill 2 for the first time. But psychological horror, I really do like that a lot, and Silent Hill 1 um, was one of those things where once I recognized all those qualities, I was able to think of it in a very different way. So yeah, my second playthrough of this game, I enjoyed it a lot more, whereas the first time I didn't really like it. Mr. Epic, you remember when you were young playing Alone in the Dark and being afraid of that game? Oh yeah, which one was that, Mr. Epic? Was that the one, the new Nightmare one? Because I hadn't played an Alone in the Dark game all the way through. I had played the first original one on emulator, but that was just to test it out and see what it was like. I didn't really stick with it. But then after that, the only game that I actually did play through in that series was Alone in the Dark New Nightmare. I remember really enjoying that a lot, but I saw gameplay of that a couple of years ago, and I was like, why did I even like this game? It looks pretty terrible. But as for the other Alone in the Darks, I haven't. I played a little bit of the reboot that they tried, but I just couldn't get into that one. Zombie Zoo, you only played the new Nightmare. You had no idea there were previous ones. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I can't remember when the first original one came out, but it was definitely before Resident Evil. So Resident Evil, while it wasn't the first of its kind, it obviously ended up becoming a lot more known than Alone in the Dark did. Um, it's just funny how that works out. Mr. Epic, don't remember which one. It's been a long time. Oh, that's totally fair as well. Yeah, yeah. The only one that I played was the one New Nightmare, where you have Edward Carnby, but they redid completely what he looked like. In the original, he was like this, skinny guy with a brown hair and a brown mustache, wearing like a very uncool, quote unquote uncool clothes. But in the new Nightmare game, they gave him like a long trench coat and all this kind of stuff. Zombie Zoo, you remember when Street Fighter 2 came out? You thought that were the first? Oh yeah. I remember Zombie Zoo is so funny. Like people when I was growing up, in the playground, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, there was never a Street Fighter 1. There was only Street Fighter 2." Which at the time you're like, "Oh, really?" But now it's like, why why would you do something and call it 2 when there's no first thing of it? Hey, Dr. Darling, this has got to stop. With the daylight tame. With the daylight time change, Rod starts the streams before you even wake up. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that happening, especially in November too, because I've got a lot of games to get through. So there'll be a lot of long streams to get them done in. Zombies, you now played the Street Fighter 1, and oh my god, Birdie is in it. You always thought Birdie was a new character. So what game did you think, like, because I don't even know Birdie as a character. So which game did you think Birdie was first in? Was it one of the later Street Fighter games? Because the only one that I've played when it was new, and I played a little bit of it years afterwards for Street Fighter 4. You didn't know there were an Elder Scrolls 1 and 2. Yeah, it's funny, like you get these franchises that go for a while, and sometimes it's not known, what the first one might have been like. But I think the first game was more like an arena kind of fighter type thing, maybe. Oh, Street Fighter 4, you first saw Birdie. I gotcha. Yeah. Rifle shells. Ammo for the hunting rifle. Is a good character to use, Zombiezul. Cool. Birdie. It's been a long time since I played that, so I can't really think of what that character looks like. Just want to check something for a moment. If that crunching is the sound effects or the music as well. Okay, so it's part of the music. Mr. Epic, you're so sad. Red Dead 1 is finally on PC and you still don't have enough save for a new PC. The waiting for it is so irritating. It definitely would be, for sure. Like, yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what mods people come up with for Red Dead 1 now that it's on PC. Zombies Mortal Kombat came out in 92. You're only 12. There were no age restrictions then. You played Street Fighter 2 more, as wasn't so scary. Age restrictions came into effect with the Rockstar game, where the parents were like, "Oh my god, this is so violent." I think age restriction on games came into 1996, if you remember. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because you also had like Doom and Mortal Kombat, as well as games like Resident Evil coming out. Like Resident Evil was coming out, not Mortal Kombat, that had already been out. Same with Doom. But I mean to say, Mortal Kombat and Doom were a part of that whole push to actually get, ratings in video games and stuff. And I feel like it was a good thing, because what it did was it not only legitimized the fact that gaming was expanding beyond just being for children, but it was also being for older kids, but also for adults as well. And so bringing in the rating system for games was a good idea, because then it could separate those games into categories that could be considered, well, this is for this age group, so people who are under that age group shouldn't be playing this game. And parents who are getting the games for their children, and whether you believe or not, like, the person who is in charge of allowing their children to use the money that they might use to buy the games on their own, they're still responsible. But anyway, the rating system was definitely something that I feel was good to bring into video games. There's also some bad sides to it, whereby, like, if a game gets too high of a rating, it means they have to cut stuff out. But bringing out games that have all these themes in it and giving a rating was a good idea. The funny thing was, in Australia here, for the longest time, we didn't have an R rating for video games. So if a game got a higher rating than M, and ended up getting an R rating, or worse, it couldn't be released in Australia. So they had to make changes to the game in order to make sure. Now, you would think that once the R rating got into effect, that no games would have to be resubmitted. But Outlast 2 actually had to be resubmitted to the Australian Ratings Board, because it was given worse than an R rating, which in Australia is an X rating. And usually X rating is for either movies that are way too violent that they weren't able to get an R rating, or they're adult movies. So Outlast 2 got worse than an R rating initially, so they had to make some changes to the game for Australia to make sure that it could get the R rating instead. So just because we finally got the R rating didn't mean that there were games that couldn't still be considered not for, people and all that kind of stuff. And I think, like with movies, like if your movie's rated X, it just means that you can't get the same benefits of advertising and exposure to the media and marketing and promotion that you can otherwise. I think that's what it really boils down to. And people would rather have their product be made mainstream available, even if there is a rating to it, than having a rating that means that it can't be widely distributed, and that limits their sort of like ability to make money and stuff like that. But yeah, all these violent video games, and you've got GTA as well, of course, mixed in with all that, and the thing about people. And I believe that it doesn't matter if someone says they were inspired by a video game. It shouldn't be that, like, the video game didn't grab their hands and make them pick up the weapon that they used to kill someone with. You know what I mean? Just because they might have liked video games or movies that had people stabbing people in it, it doesn't mean that the video game should be blamed for it. It's the person's actions, Like, there's probably circumstances where you could say that the influence of something else is a good enough sort of reason for someone to have a more lenient sort of thing. Like if someone was completely messed up on something like a drug that wasn't them doing it, like if their drink was spiked or someone had, loaded their food with drugs or something like that, and then they went out and did something, then that would probably be an exception. But if someone does something like goes and kills someone, it doesn't matter what they watched, what they listened to, or what they played. that thing shouldn't be blamed for it. It should be the person who did the thing that should be blamed for it. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the person who made the decision to do the thing that they did, not the video game. And it's not like the makers of the video game rang them up and said, "Hi, we know that you love our game a lot, so we're going to tell you to go and kill these people." It's not like they do that either, so. And you look at media all over the centuries too, like books. I'm sure that there were people back in the day when there was only books who were probably like, "Oh, they read that book. That means that the book's to blame for what they did." It's like, no, they're to blame for what they did. They're the fucking idiot that went ahead and did what they did, Like, if you go and shoot people up because you like GTA, then you're a piece of shit. Is the game a piece of shit? No. It's the person who's using that as an excuse, So it's like video games and movies and all that kind of stuff get sort of like blamed for causing people to do things that the person was in control of actually deciding to do or not. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome. You can't sleep, you're having a hot flash and eating ice cream. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you can't get much sleep, Spectrum. Ice cream sounds good. I hope you're enjoying that. What type of ice cream are you having? Mr. Epic, you recently saw a video on YouTube of the new Arkham Shadows VR game. How is it possible that a VR game looks so much more interesting than a AAA game from Rocksteady? I wonder then, did they actually have anything to do with it? Or was it some other company? I saw a bit of it. I don't know really, like, it's kind of cool, the idea of seeing Harley Quinn and Jonathan Crane when they were legitimate psychiatrists, but I don't really know how Batman figures into that with and Kevin Conroy is just like, obviously Roger Craig Smith has also voiced the Arkham Asylum Batman, but Kevin Conroy was just so iconic, not only as the animated series Batman, but also the Batman in the Arkham games. That's a bit hard to imagine other people doing that version of Batman as well. Zombies, all back in the day, more consoles and PC games were mainly played in the front room as TV was expensive to buy back then. Your mum let you watch horror games, videos you mean? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's funny, like, my parents weren't strict in the sense of, you will never watch these movies, they weren't like, it wasn't like it was some kind of like, religious strictness or something like that. It's just that they felt that me watching when I was 12 years old a movie where there's like gratuitous gore and violence would not be something that they would want me to watch. Not that they would never want me to watch it. Like, obviously there would be an age where it's like, yeah, but the funny thing was, like, I had a friend of mine whose parents didn't care what sort of movies that they watched. So it allowed me to see movies that they weren't like, we weren't watching, pornographic movies or anything like that. They were just movies that the versions of them were really gory, like RoboCop, for example, the original RoboCop. The version that I saw on television was definitely heavily censored, but at my friend's place, he had the VHS copy, which was unrated, which was, uncensored. So I saw a lot more of the RoboCop movie that way than I did on television. But it was okay for me to watch that movie on television with my parents when I was young. But for me to watch it on my own on VHS, the full uncensored version would be a different thing, But I had a friend who they were allowed to watch that stuff. It was the same with the Nightmare on Elm Street as well. Because you've got to remember too, these were movies that were rated R as well. So being like a 12-year-old going into a video store, I mean, sure, there's probably people who are able to pull off, maybe there was someone who worked at the video store who, broke the rules and was like, here, I'll let you rent this movie or whatnot. But usually it was sort of like at a friend's place. And so he still had to get his parents, of course, to rent the movies. Like, it's not like he could just go up to the counter with a Nightmare on Elm Street and be like, yeah, I'll get this. And they'll be like, sure thing, kid. It was like, his parents were like, okay, pick what movies you want to watch. And so we picked, and my friend was like a Nightmare on Elm Street and picked the first three and all that kind of stuff. And those sorts of things, they might seem ridiculous now, but progression of stuff, there's things that people 20 or 30 years from now are going to look back on and say, that was stupid that you had to worry about this thing. And those people that worried about that thing, there were things 30 years before them that they'd be like, you had to worry about that, and so on and so it goes as well. But yeah, it's interesting, that sort of thing. And like, as a parent, you can do as much as you can to make sure that your children don't, watch these violent things. You still have to be prepared for the possibility that they have a friend whose parents are a bit more lenient, So you can't completely 100%, protect. The only way to do that would be to isolate, and that's not necessarily, something that you would want to put on people. But that's just how I saw certain movies, was at a friend's place, that I wouldn't have been able to see until I was older, or if I could watch them, it would have to be with my parents. But it's not like they were like, when you're 20 years old, you still have to watch. And this wasn't like that sort of strict, because that would be ultimately very, very ridiculous. But as a result, there were movies where my parents were like, look, we don't want you to watch The Exorcist until you're at least 18. And I was like 13 at the time, because I expressed interest in watching it. But I ended up watching it when I was 15 years old. Why? Because they got a bit more lenient when I was about that age. So, it was like, yeah, whatever. It's just a movie. I guess by that point they realized that I knew the difference between what was real and what was done in a movie, and all that kind of stuff. Not that I ever didn't know that. I mean, maybe as a child, that sort of knowledge wasn't there in my mind. But certainly I knew from a young age that what I was seeing was something that was made by someone and put together. Like, I didn't have the concept of editing then, but I knew that it was some kind of fictional thing that was put together, that was, being shown. I didn't literally think that when I watched a movie that was happening in real life or anything like that. Vanilla Spectrum? Oh, nice. Yeah, vanilla, that's a good flavor. I like chocolate, and I like banana flavored ice cream and stuff. Also like mint flavored. Mr. Epic, you miss Kevin. He was your Batman. Love the Batman animated series and Justice League. Yeah, see, the funny thing was, like, when the animated series was first out, I only saw glimpses of it after school sometimes, but I was watching other stuff like Rocko's Modern Life, and there was an Australian show called Ship to Shore as well that I watched. So I was watching those sorts of shows instead of Batman animated. So for me, my exposure to Kevin Conroy as Batman was more the Arkham games. Afro, welcome on in. Gory Robocop, especially when Alex is getting well killed, I was rating. Exactly. Yeah, Afro. Like, that is still such a visceral moment in that movie. It's just a great combination, too, of special effects and just acting, because Peter Weller sells that pain that he's feeling so well. That's true, Zombies. Yeah. So R is restricted to those who are 18 years and older. And in Australia, we had sort of like it went from G, which was general, then you had PG, which was parental guidance, then there was then there was M, which was mature, and then there was MA, which was the next step up. I guess MA would be PG-13, maybe in other places as well. Mr. Epic, you hate when they censor stuff. One of the reasons you barely buy games on PS5 these days because they keep censoring stuff. Meanwhile, Xbox and PC are uncensored. Even Nintendo Switch had the uncensored version. It makes you wonder why that is, especially with Nintendo stuff. Although they were interesting because they eventually got to a point where they started to expand outside of just doing family-friendly games. Yeah, Zombies all. Yeah, so took a while for us to get that rating for video games. So Mortal Kombat 9, that was a game that we couldn't get until the R rating came in because they wouldn't give it lower than an R rating. And when I say that they wouldn't give it lower than an R rating in video games before they existed here in Australia, is simply to say that it would have got an R rating if the R rating had existed, but because at that point it didn't exist yet, it wasn't able to be released. But once they did introduce the R rating here in Australia for video games, then they actually were able to release that Mortal Kombat game after that fact. Hey there, Lucas. Welcome on in. How's things going? Zombiezul, you found the beginning of Exorcist boring, so didn't as a kid. Oh, that's fair enough, Zombiezul. Yeah, it's so funny because it'd been hyped up so much, and by the time I got to it, when I was 15, I wasn't really impressed by it, and I thought it wasn't. I was like, this isn't scary, so I sort of wrote it off. But because I knew it was based on a book, I eventually read the book. When I was a bit older, I was about 17 and a half when I actually read the book, and reading the book made me appreciate the movie more because I watched the movie again after reading the book, and I appreciated the movie and saw it for what it is. I still don't think it's scary, but that's just a general horror thing with me. I don't find horror scary, which some might feel is a bad thing because then it's like, well, doesn't that mean that horror movies fail? It's like, well, it might fail to scare me, but it doesn't mean it can't succeed in other areas that I really do like a lot too about horror, which is, atmosphere. Like, that's a big thing for me. You create a scene, you create a world where the character is going into some mysterious kind of like fucked up reality or some place like that, and you have like this foreboding and this sort of like ambience. You might have this sort of like wind going, a character walking down an alleyway and there's like hardly any light, and you just hear this like light wind, and then you hear these footsteps behind, that sort of stuff. Like, I really appreciate that kind of thing in horror. So that's the stuff that I really look for in horror stuff. And it's one of the things that I use as a gauge to decide, is this a good horror movie or not? So scaring me is not a factor that I factor in, because it's one of those things where to be really scared by a movie or a game, I would have to be scared about it for weeks and weeks and weeks on end after experiencing it. And that doesn't happen. I can watch a horror movie and it doesn't play on my mind. Like, I don't look in the dark corners of my room at pitch black at night and go, is that a ghost there? Or anything like that. I'm just, it's not a factor. But other elements, if they're not there, it can affect whether or not I like a horror movie. Jump scares, I don't count them because, like, you could put them in a comedy movie. Does that mean that the person's scared? No, it's just like a jolt. It's not like being scared is something that I feel is a more impactful, long-lasting thing. Whereas a jump scare is a quick thing, it's over and done with, boom, it's done, it's out of the way. It's like tearing off a band-aid quickly. It's like, it's just a quick thing and then it's done. But to be truly scared would be if you're really slowly pulling the band-aid off and there's something that's coming to attack you, but you're being really slow about turning it off. That would be scary, because it's a longer sort of enduring thing. E-Tone, you watched animated Batman and X-Men animated as a kid? Oh, cool. Yeah, that was what I watched too. I watched the Spider-Man 90s animated series and the X-Men one before school. I would always hate it when it was a cliffhanger episode, because I was like, oh, I got to go to school today, then I got to wait until the next morning to find out what happens. And this, of course, was back when, you couldn't just binge watch a series unless you bought the series on VHS or something. Mr. Epic, The Exorcist was okay. Now, Hellraiser, those movies were terrifying. Still have only seen the first one, but it was very effective, though, that Hellraiser movie. Like, such an iconic character of Pinhead, too. Zombies All Best Aussie progs were Around the Twist and Pug War. Yeah, Around the Twist was pretty cool. I can't remember all of the lyrics, but I think some of the lyrics go, have you ever felt like this, when strange things happen, when you're going around the twist? And then I can't remember some of it. Some of it is like, if all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put me back together again, I'd say, rain, rain, go away, come again another day. But yeah, that was a really interesting show. Used to love watching Prisoner Cell Block H with your mum. It's an 18 you never realised till now. The book will be better, you bet. You read Jaws and the book is so much better. Never did see that show. I think they did a reboot or something of it too, I think, years later. But that's the thing too, Zombies all about books, that I find more so than, movies or video games. It's because if you're reading a book, you're really internalizing what you're experiencing in the story way more, because you're reading the words and you're imagining what's being described. And if the writer's done a great job, you can get a very vivid idea of what you're actually reading about and that can really cause more fear because it's something that is more internalized. Whereas when you're watching a movie, sure, you still internalize a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stimuli going on. Everything is being presented to you. You don't have to imagine what the monster looks like because you can see what the monster looks like literally in front of your eyes. That creates a whole different feel. Video games is similar, except you have that layer of, oh shit, I'm in control of the character and I need to be careful, otherwise the character will die. Fucking hell, it puts that pressure on you. Whereas you don't have that pressure when you're watching a horror movie or you're, watching a horror series or reading a book. You don't have that pressure on you. It's not like you're controlling the character in the book and you have to be careful of stuff. In a video game, you do, and that can create a whole different feel. Lucas, thanks for redeeming the Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2 quote. Thank you. Okay, so I've got one. Careful not to work yourself to death there, Uncle. Oh, I was thinking. Does it pay well? Oh, eventually. So, while the rest of us are busy, stealing, killing, lying, fighting to try and survive, you get to think all day. It's a strange world we live in, Arthur Morgan. That is from Red Dead Redemption 2. I like that quote from Arthur to Uncle about, so while the rest of us are busy stealing, killing, lying, fighting to try and survive, you get to think all day. What's really cool is for the longest time I was getting my quotes for Red Dead Redemption 2 from IMDb, which, as you can imagine, there's only a limited amount of quotes to choose from, and there's a lot of one-line quotes where there's not much to it. For Red Dead 1, though, I'd go to the wiki for Red Dead Redemption 1, and if you looked up the missions, you could actually look up the mission, and then there would be a section where you could look up the dialogue in that mission. So most of my Red Dead 1 quotes, I get them from that wiki. But only now have I noticed that the Red Dead Redemption 2 wiki, they've started to actually put the dialogue in missions. So that's how I got that dialogue, was by looking up the missions on Red Dead Redemption 2 wiki, which I think is kind of cool to do that. Not just for me as someone who uses quotes for, a redemption as a streamer on Twitch, but it's also cool to have that in case I want to, have a quote be the stream starting message or something like that, things like that. But yeah, that was from Red Dead Redemption 2. Thanks for redeeming that, Lucas. Zombies All the Reboot is not as good as Original Prisoner. That can be tough too, because they try to redo what was done well, but they might not succeed because the things that were done well might have only been because it was back then, Cheers, Lucas. How's your day going today? I am Zombies. Oh yeah, I'm still here. You got that game free, Red Dead 2 on Epic. You've still not played it. Oh, it is such a great game, Zombies All. I don't know if you've played the first Red Dead Redemption, but it was definitely worth the 8-year wait to get the second. It's a prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1, so it does have some spoilers for what happens in Red Dead Redemption 1, but you can play either one first. It doesn't matter if you play the prequel first. Luke is one of your favorite characters, Nigel West Dickens. Oh yes, he's such a funny character. Like some of his mannerisms too, as well, and the way he advertises his snake oil and all that kind of stuff. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going good, Lucas. That's awesome. Mr. Epic, you just saw on YouTube that the studio that made Concord got shut down by Sony. Who could have thought that would happen? Yeah, I mean, I heard about that game, but isn't it like uh, a battle royale shooter type thing? Because I'm not really into those, so I don't really follow that as well. But there's so much stuff that gets shut down, and you think about all the money that was spent and all that kind of stuff. Zombie, you played the first and Undead. Oh, very nice. That Undead Nightmare is Chef's Kiss. That's such a great DLC. I wasn't able to fit it into October this year, unfortunately, but it is a great DLC. So the weapon that we picked up in that fight was the rifle. I haven't read about it yet. Hunting rifle. Holds up to 6 rounds. Mr. Epic, it was a hero shooter that nobody wanted. Couldn't they instead give us a Killzone game? You miss Killzone, such great games. There are actually other games I haven't played as well. I remember hearing about them, the first Killzone when it came out, but by that point too, I was already doing Xbox 360 games, so it did Zombies All. Yeah, this came out in 1999. You're working hard at McDonald's from 96 to 2003. Oh really? Oh cool. Yeah, so 99. Definitely a lot of games came out this year that I really like a lot. This one, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, Resident Evil 3, to name a few. Ones that I, have a connection with or really enjoyed. There's definitely a lot more that I wouldn't have mentioned. Because that's the thing, right? Like, so many things, there's so many different examples that there's just some that I'll never mention because they're just not, I don't associate anything with them. Doesn't mean that they're not good, it just means that, well, they weren't things that I experienced. So there's probably a lot of games that came out in 1999 that were really, really good, but I might not have played them. But Silent Hill 1, Resident Evil 3, and Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. They were definitely some three big games in the PlayStation 1 era that came out in 1999 that I liked. Spectrum, you're going back to bed now. Have fun. That's definitely understandable, Spectrum. Thank you so much for stopping in for a little bit. I really hope that you actually get some really good sleep too. Mr. Epic, instead of making a Horizon remaster, which wasn't needed because the original still looks good, why couldn't they give us Killzone remasters? Those games really needed it. Yeah, there's probably a lot of games too that would be better off with a remaster that aren't getting one, as well. Zombies, or you then went back to McDonald's from 2004 to 2008. Well, that's definitely fair enough then, yeah. Speaking of Indiana Jones earlier, there's actually an image of Indiana Jones from Raiders of the Lost Ark. If I pause, cool, it doesn't go into a black screen or something. But I want to be careful, because I don't want to die as well. Let's see if I can get a good shot on it. Won't be able to get the camera to move where I want it. So I'll just have to see if I can pass it at a distance and pause it and still have it be seen. Yeah, so the top of his head is cut off, but if you look at the top of the screen there where it says shoot, there's actually an image of Indiana Jones. Zombie Zool. The wage was good back then. You even got a mortgage in 1998. You got 3 pay rises a year. They don't do that today. Oh, wow. That's awesome that you got that many in a year. That's cool. Mr. Epic, sometimes you wish you were rich so that you could buy some IPs away from studios that do nothing with it and make a game studio who respects the source material. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, there's some franchises that weren't even originally done by a company that, you know, could be given to someone else. Like Prince of Persia, for example, Ubisoft didn't create Prince of Persia. They bought the rights to it um, in the early 2000s before they came out with Sands of Time. Before then, it was different, sort of like, I think Broderbund Software was the first company to own Prince of Persia when it first came out. And then eventually, Broderbund Software was bought out by some other company, and then that company was bought out by Ubisoft, and so they got Prince of Persia. So that's a series that eventually one day might end up in someone else's hands, but it just depends on what deal they made, I guess. But since they own it, it would be up to them to sell it. It's not like another company could snatch the rights away from them or something like that. Which makes me wonder too how much control Jordan Mechner has over the series too, because he created it in the first place. I remember around the time of Sands of Time, he was the one that could approve or not of a game. So even if Ubisoft had the rights, they weren't able to do any games unless he signed off on them, which was the case with Sands of Time. But I don't know about the other games after that, though. I do remember reading that he wasn't too happy with Warrior Within. I like that game, but I can understand why the creator of Prince of Persia wasn't into that game. But I liked it. I thought the whole thing about the time changing from past to present was an interesting sort of like idea, and seeing how things were in their glory days, but then seeing them when they were dilapidated and all that kind of stuff. And that's a game that I'll be doing an anniversary playthrough for as well. It'll be celebrating its 20th this year. Zombies All, they went from 15p to 50p an hour. One employee was on 11 an hour in 2001, earned about 9 an hour. Yeah, like, it's just interesting with wages and stuff. Like, you get these jobs that are, like $15 an hour. It's just like, are you serious? Like, $30 every 2 hours, $60 every 4 hours. Like, yeah, it's better than nothing, but it depends on what job you're working too. There's some jobs where it's like, this isn't worth $15 an hour, this would be worth $20 an hour. But then, of course, there's jobs that are like $40 to $50 an hour, and I'm like, holy fucking shit. $100 for 2 hours? It's like, that'd be awesome. Zombies All, the minimum wage was about $4.50 or £4.50. Mr. Epic, man, you're glad you never worked at McDonald's. You worked there close with another job and saw how they treated their employees. They got yelled by a dick of a manager. You really felt bad for the employees. So little money for such headaches and stress. And that's the thing, right? Like, any job where there's those sorts of things, like, yeah, there's high pressure and stress where it's like the kind of products you're dealing with, and the customers who are buying them, you need to make sure that you're making them happy. And, sometimes you need to maybe spend more time with a customer over one other one because there's some things that they might not understand, and all that kind of stuff. But when you have managers being an asshole to people, when they themselves aren't necessarily the big wigs, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're like they may feel like they've got all this power and control, but there's always someone higher above that has more control, and all that kind of stuff. And I think some people let that get to their head where they feel like, oh, I'm this big wig now because I'm the manager of something, where it's like, well, not necessarily, don't let it go to your head. And don't treat the people you work with like pieces of shit either. Like, there's going to be people that you never get on with, and that's fair enough. But as long as it's not a thing where it's making the job unbearable, you know what I mean? Like, but then again, everyone has their own limits and all that kind of stuff. And then there was Jimmy Two Times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like, I'm gonna go get the papers, get the papers. And then there was Jimmy Two Times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like, I'm gonna go get the papers, get the papers. And then, dear, was Jimmy Two Times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like, I'm gonna go get the papers, get the papers. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a Arnie impression. Thank you. Zombies, you worked on the dining area. You were kind of your own boss to a degree and got more money an hour than the crew members in the kitchen. That's why you did dining area, because it was more money and a bit more freedom. That would have felt good too, as well, to have that freedom, but also to be able to get, some more money and stuff. Mr. Epic, yeah, an ego trip. Exactly, you know. But sooner or later, they get, pulled down a few rungs of the ladder because it's like, they might get demoted, or there might be someone above them that, treats them the same way, which isn't good, but, at the same time, it might be a wake up call to the person. Dr. Darling, and then there was Rod Two Times Law. That's actually a really good movie, Goodfellas. I like that movie. Zombies, all crew members in 96 were on 3.35 an hour, where dining area were on 4.05 an hour. And that might not seem like much back then at that point, but getting that little bit extra would have gone a longer way. Hey, Ian Meter, welcome on in, dude. How's things going for you today? Oh, that's great to hear, Mita. I'm glad that you're going good, dude. As for me, I'm doing really well, getting further into this game. It's taking me a while on this first pass through because I'm just stopping and listening to music until it stops or loops. So that's taking a little bit of extra time, but also remembering where things are and stuff like that. getting used to that. But the other runs that I'll be doing through the game will be a lot quicker. For example, there's a choice that you make sort of like in the second last part of the game that can decide whether you get a good or a like well, in my case I'm going to do the bad plus ending first and then the bad ending. And so the second last part of the game, there's a choice that you make where it can dictate which of those you get. So because I want to get both of them, I'll make a save before that point that you have to make that decision, so that when I want to show the other ending, I just have to reload the save from that point and then play the rest of the game. So the rest of the runs through won't take as long, but there will be some that will take a little bit longer too, because there's an area that I don't have to worry about for the bad and bad plus endings, but I need to go there for the good and good plus endings. And so when I get to that point, I'll have to stop and listen to the music that's there, because I'm not going to do that on the first two passes through. There's also a joke ending, a UFO ending that you can get to. So I also want to, pardon me, do that ending. So there's about 5 endings that you can get. Zombies, all that's how you got your mortgage. You played the game and took to empty your bins. That's why the dining area got more. Oh yeah, and that's a good way to do it too, as well. And also, there might have been people that, while it was a bit more money, they might not have wanted to do it because they felt like they were doing something that was not what they were there for, you know. And Mita, glad to hear that. You're quite early for work though, but that was because later on there's lots of traffic, so now you're standing outside and watching the stream. Oh, that's totally fair too, and Mita. You know, it's a good idea to get there early, you know, and then that way you've only got a short amount of time to get started then. Zombiezil, you then became a landlord in 2000, as well as still working at McDonald's, you then moved into your mum's home. Well, that's cool too that you had that, because that would definitely be a lot more money coming in as well for you.
My wife said, "Have you seen the dog bowl?" I said, "Wow, I didn't even know he could."
Thank you for redeeming that Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Nice one. Have you seen the dog bowl? I said, wow, I didn't even know he could.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No, somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
And Mita, yeah, you don't like running around trying to set things up. This way you're more relaxed and have lots of time. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's definitely a good tactic as well because you want to be feeling fresh as well, and being a bit more relaxed can actually go a really long way too. Zombie didn't go all great as you didn't know about the tax thing, so you had to sell the flat. Luckily, the judge took it to you being young and inexperienced. Lucky you sold your flat for the full price you paid for it. You learnt your lesson at 20 years old. You've never bought another since. That's fair enough, Zombie. That would have been tricky too, because there's so much stuff that they don't teach you in school that you just have to either know somehow or you have to learn the hard way about it, which I think is a bit unfair. Like, there should at least be one part of a course where it goes over things like that, especially if you're getting to the end of your school year at some, location, like um, to be prepared for that kind of stuff can go a long way. And Mita, thanks for redeeming a random horror movie quote. Alright, I almost have one. A couple of ones have fallen through. Because I looked at the quotes and I'm like, there's nothing really sort of like spooky or anything in the quotes. Is it Zombie Zool? The sun's almost coming up there. Alright, so I've got it. Most hotels have switched to magnetics, an actual key. That's a nice touch. It's antiquity. We have magnetic cards also, but electronics don't seem to work in 1408. Hope you don't have a pacemaker. General manager claims that the phantom in room interferes. I have never used the word phantom. Oh, I'm sorry, spirit, spectre? No, you misunderstand. Whatever's in 1408 is nothing like that. Then what is it? It's an evil fucking room. So that's from the movie 1408, an adaptation of a Stephen King story. Good movie, that one. Did a pretty good job at expanding the short story, considering if they made it into a movie based on the short story, it'd probably only be a half an hour, a half an hour movie or something like that. But yeah, thanks for your patience in waiting for that in meter. I had a look at some quotes from the movie called The Fog, the original, but I couldn't find anything meaty. And then I looked for Jacob's Ladder, and I couldn't really find anything there. And then I looked for The Mist, and I couldn't find something there. So I'm like, what other thing that's kind of like Stephen King-ish could I find? I'm like, oh no, 1408. Dr. Narlingrod is running out of horror movies to choose from. Well, it's more so that sometimes the quotes are just like, hello, how are you? Yeah, I'm pretty good. Oh, that's good. Did you watch the game last night? Yeah, I did. And which isn't a very interesting quote in a horror movie. So I want to make sure I'm finding stuff that actually has some kind of, substance to it or something. So that bit of music during that boss fight had several different layers that would come in on top of each other. So every time a new layer was added, I wanted to stop. And the best way to do that during a boss fight, to not take damage, but also prevent sound effects from coming through when I can, um, is to go into the menu screen there. But it's an interesting combination of bits of music in that boss fight. It's good that they basically teleport you to here at this point in the story. Dr. Darling, a hatch. The plot thickens. Sure it does. And we need to have the obligatory sewer level or sewer area in a horror game. Hey there, Biko. Welcome on in. Indeed, we're all here again. This time we're in the sewers of Silent Hill. How's your day going today? Sewer key. A sewer passageway door key. Biko just got up, still stretching, yawning, and wishing to be in your bed, but your actual day you should be living. You have no idea if it's a good day or a bad day, you'll see. Well, hopefully it's going to be a good day for you, Biko. Hopefully you have a great start to it and that it goes well. Hey there, Rosie. When did Resident Evil games go fully 3D? Ooh, that's a like with Resident Evil Code Veronica. I think that might be the first one. But having said that, there's also the Gun Survivor, the first Gun Survivor game, which was a first person game. But I don't know if you could consider that fully 3D. The first one was a PlayStation 1 title. But I don't know. I want to say that Code Veronica was the first Resident Evil game to go fully 3D. Because I think before that point, all the backgrounds were pre-rendered, whereas with Code Veronica they weren't. That's what I would guess anyway. Biko, yesterday was a lovely, great day. Felt really good. Hope you feel the same. Hopefully so, Biko. Hopefully you get 2 days in a row like that. I mean, it'd be great to get every day like that, but hopefully you have another good day today. Hey there, Extreme. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. Dr. Darling, back in 2 to 3 hours, back in 2 to 3 hours. No worries at all, Dr. Darling, 2 times, Dr. Darling, 2 times. I'll catch you, I'll still be streaming by then, so hope you have a good one. Oh, it takes the key out of your inventory once you used it. Ah, well. I'm misreading about what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's just a basic description. This is the key to the sewer exit or something like that. So coming up is the resort area. If you want to make sure you get one of the good endings, you need to make sure that you actually save Dr. Kaufman in the resort area of Silent Hill and do all these other things. I won't go into detail about what it is, but needless to say, I won't be worrying about it until later in the playthrough. For now, I'm going to be focusing on the bad plus and bad endings of the game. And part of what you need to do to get the bad plus ending is you need to make sure that you do not find the vial in the resort area, which is what I'm talking about with the resort area here. You need to get the unknown liquid and save Sybil. That's for the bad plus ending. So I've gotten the unknown liquid, but we haven't reached the point yet where we fight Sybil. So to get the bad plus ending, you need to ignore the vial in the resort area. So you may as well not even worry about exploring the resort area. Just go to where you need to go to progress to the next section. But make sure you get the unknown liquid from the hospital when you first arrive there, and then use it on Sybil. For the bad ending, you need to also not find the vial in the resort area, but instead of saving Sybil with the unknown liquid like you would for the bad plus ending, you need to make sure that you kill her instead. So the plan for this playthrough is to get the bad plus ending first. Whichever save is made before the Sybil fight, I'll then reload that, so I won't be starting the game all the way from the start again to get the bad ending. After I've gotten the bad plus ending, I'll just reload that save to before that Sybil fight, and then instead of saving Sybil, I'll actually kill her, and that way I'll get the bad and bad plus endings very close to each other. Then I'll be doing the UFO ending, and then I'll be doing the good and finishing with the good plus ending. So in the good and good plus ending, you need to make sure that you do everything at the resort area. Whereas in this playthrough, or sorry, this point of the playthrough, I'm going for the bad endings. So I need to make sure that I don't even worry about this section with the resort area. What I will do is when we get to the other endings, the good ones, when I'm actually in the resort area, that's when I'll cover that music. I might cover the music that happens when we get out of the sewer here, but in terms of like any music that might trigger when we're exploring the resort, I'll wait until I'm doing that part of the playthrough before worrying about focusing on the music aspect. Lucas, this game still looks really good. Yeah, it's definitely a really good PlayStation 1 game. And the FMV sequences for 1999 as well was really well done, especially when you consider games on the PlayStation 1 in 1996 with the FMV sequences. The first Tomb Raider game, for example, the FMV sequences in that are not as good as ones in the later games, like The Last Revelation, for example. But even in that series, by the third game, the FMV sequences had improved out of sight, because by that point it was 1998. And then you've got like Siphon Filter. They have some pretty good um, FMV sequences as well.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
So now the Goofy Hospital screwed up your meal card and you had to walk a good ways to pick something up. Oh no. These things that you just can't expect, that end up happening that put a spanner in the works for stuff. There's a body stuck to the bulkhead.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
You will need to use it.
Use what?
The flower of Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
That whole speech that Harry gives about the other world, it's one of my favorite parts of this game and the dialogue and stuff. So the good news is that you're able to get a few margaritas. Oh, very nice. That's good. There's a ship's wheel. Don't worry about that now, though.
Wait! Damn, I was too late. Sybil hasn't come back. That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
Lakeside Amusement Park. The cover has been removed. Could Sybil have gotten to the amusement park from here? I love that bit of music. Really heavy metal stuff. Rosie, was it music or a broken ventilation unit? Yes. Yeah, that's the good question. With a lot of the music, it's kind of like it could be this or it could be that. Yes. Rosie, you've been seeing ads for a local cleaning service. They call it Made for You. Are you just damaged or that sound like some dirty business? I don't know. I mean, you would hope that if it's a cleaning service, that it's going to be a clean business, not a dirty one. Okay, so upcoming we have the boss fight with Sybil. To get the bad plus ending, because I didn't worry about anything to do with Michael Kaufman in the resort area, what I need to do now to get the bad plus ending is do not save Sybil with the unknown liquid. So obviously you need to make sure you get this, but I've gotten this. I haven't worried about the resort area stuff. So because of that, when we come to this fight with Sybil, to get the bad plus ending, I need to make sure that I use this liquid on Sybil. It's actually a glophytus, which is this substance that can basically get rid of the parasite that possesses, like the nurses who get possessed by the parasite or a parasitic thing. Um, you can't use it in the game on them, but when it comes to Sybil, in her case, you can actually choose to use this if you have it on her, or not use it. So for this bad plus ending, because I didn't worry about the resort stuff, and because I did get this liquid, we're going to use the liquid to save Sybil. But when I do the bad ending, I need to make sure that I don't use this on Sybil and kill her instead, without having gone to the resort area again. But what I'm going to do, that save that I made most recently, I'm going to use that save to reload when I'm doing the bad ending, so I don't have to start the game from the start again to get the bad ending. I'll just reload that save. Naturally, I'll make another save file so I can, save on that to finish this first run. But when I do the bad ending, I'm going to reload that other save, and then with the Sybil fight, actually kill her. But I'm going for the bad plus ending right now, so we'll use this liquid on Sybil to save her. Hey there, Code. Good morning. How's it going? Fucking little shits. Code munching on some roasted tomato, sausage, cheese bread slices while trying to read some news and trying not to choke on the small pieces. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, well, knock on wood, you don't actually, choke on the small pieces. Here we go. Alright, so any music that plays during this boss fight, I'll go into the inventory screen and just wait till it loops or stops. And then, to get the bad plus ending, I need to make sure that we use the unknown liquid on Sybil. Alright, so just to recap, if you want the bad plus ending, you make sure that you don't worry about the resort area stuff, ignore it, but make sure that when you first go to the hospital, you get the unknown liquid, so that when you get to this point, you can actually use the unknown liquid on Sybil and save her, and then that'll lock you in to getting the bad plus ending, which is what we're going for in this moment.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry. What happened?
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But, you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. Nobody knew where she came from. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in.
So in that case...
There might be some connection between Cheryl and this town.
So what do you do now?
Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her no matter what. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn! Huh? What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa. This is the end of your little game. Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now.
What's going on here?
Harry,
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Alright, something's gone wrong with the emulation here. Of course it has. Why wouldn't it? Damn it. Only happens to me, I swear. Well, I gotta reload that save, and then do all that again. Because there's more to that than what we saw. At least I think there is anyway. Anyway, before I decide what to do next, I'll just catch up on chat. Code and finally passed the Dragon Age Inquisition's main game. The ending DLC is on the way, but its difficulty is wonky. Every enemy is using a dragon's health pool. Wonderful. It's like giving them such a big OP advantage over you. Rosie, why wouldn't he tell her that? I guess he was waiting for the right time to let her know, maybe. I mean, I don't know what the right time would be to tell a child that they're adopted. Um, like, she's 7 years old when she goes missing here in this story, so I don't know what age Harry felt was appropriate to tell her that she was adopted or not. But he still, really loves her and thinks of her as his daughter. And that line where he's like, she's my daughter, I'm going to save her, is really powerful because, well, he doesn't think any differently of her because she's not his daughter. Um, but there's also something else as well. Alessa suffered for years with her burns and all the pain and misery and everything that she experienced. So the idea that some part of her soul in Cheryl was able to live with a loving family that gave her a lot of love and care, that sort of like is a very sort of like comforting thing from Alessa's standpoint as well. Because yeah, Alessa has, through her psychic powers and the pain and suffering she's experienced, affected the town in this way and caused all this kind of stuff. Code the cube from Hellraiser. That's right, yeah. What do they call it? Fucking hell. The I forget what they call it. The something configuration. Fucking hell. I hate when that shit happens. I can't recall. Alright, so what I want to do is just double check to see how long that cutscene actually goes for and whether or not I need to do what I think I might need to do, which is reload that save that I made. It just means having to travel all the way back to the amusement park and stuff, but I'll just check. Alrighty then, so having a look at the scene, there is a bit of the scene that got cut off because of that glitch in the emulation that happened. So what I'm going to do is make a save state with the emulator at this point, just in case that thing happens again with the cutscene, but we're going to reset and then load from that save I made. So I'll have to do everything with getting to the amusement park again, dealing with Sybil again, and then all that kind of stuff. And if I press any buttons to skip the cutscene that we've already seen, it'll probably also skip over everything with Lisa, so we'll have to watch that scene again when we get to it. I just hope that that emulation glitch doesn't happen again. Pico, oh my god, you love it. That 1990s PlayStation startup intro you played just then? Those were the days. Why can't you be a part of the world that time travel exists, backwards and forwards? You'd be backwards all the time living your youngest days. Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. Pessimistically, though, it'd be something that was controlled only by the most powerful and those who were deemed worthy of being able to use it. But it's a lovely idea, though, to imagine time travel existing and it being something that anyone can use. But yeah, that's a classic startup sound for sure. I like the PlayStation 2 startup sound as well. Oh, Matta, thank you. Welcome on in. The Hellraiser box is called the Lament configuration. I was trying to think, I was going to say Lazarus configuration, but then I was like, no, that probably isn't it either. But thanks for clearing that up. The Lament configuration, there we go. Biko, you guess, especially if humans were in control of the time machine. Oh yeah, exactly, you know, like, how crazy would that be? Especially for other people too, because everything would be changing all the time. It'd be like the Mandela effect, but on a worldwide scale constantly. PS2 and 3. Yeah, I don't really have much experience with PS3. In fact, PS1, PS2, and then PS5. They're the only PlayStation consoles I've owned. So I've already seen all this stuff, but as I said before, I don't know how much will be skipped after we deal with Sybil. So I'll just let all this play again. Hopefully, fingers crossed, when we get to the Lisa part, the emulation won't freeze right towards the end of their conversation. Vic, I wouldn't mind it though. Get rid of the ultra mess you're in now. I don't tell you properly as a little bambino that there's only 1 hour of a day, pretty much one experience and decision.
Harry.
Yeah, well that's it too, you know.
What happened?
There's so many little things that happen that even if you had time travel, you don't know which of those small things is the one thing that will help.
Why
You know what I
did they
mean?
take your daughter?
When we think about changes, we
Why
always think
her?
about the big things. And big things
not
seem
sure
big
myself.
only because we didn't recognize the small changes along the way that combined to become that big thing.
Biological daughter.
Hey there, Lidus. Welcome, dude.
I actually haven't told her.
How's
yet.
things going for you today? As for me, I'm doing
Probably
well.
already knows anyway,
I had a
though.
glitch with the emulation towards the end
We
of the
found her
conversation
abandoned on
that
the side
Harry
of the
has with
highway.
Lisa. The game froze. The music
Nobody
kept on
knew
playing.
where she came from.
But it's not a game thing, it's an emulation thing. So
We
I've had
didn't
to
have any
reload
kids
my
of our
save, and that's why I'm currently talking over
My
this
wife
cutscene
was
as well,
sick.
because we've already seen it. But I'm just hoping that
And it
it
didn't look
doesn't
like she was
happen
getting any
again.
better.
But I've got a save state that I've made,
So we
just in
took
case
Cheryl
as
in.
well.
So in that
You going well,
case-
Lidus? That's excellent. That's good to hear, dude.
There might be some connection.
We're almost getting
between
closer to
Cheryl
the
and
end
this
of
town.
the game, but I'm going to go for every ending,
What
so
do you do now?
when I get the bad plus ending, it won't be the end of the playthrough.
Cheryl is my daughter.
Because you
I
hate
will
being an
save
adult,
her
lol. But anyhow, you're such a gob.
no
You don't want to
matter
drag
what.
down your chat. Don't want to make people miserable here. Oh, that's okay, Biko. I mean, you know, it's not like you're going on a hour-long tirade in chat about how terrible things are. So it's all good. I don't mind, you know, discussing things like that, you know, and having those being mentioned and stuff like that. Like, this game has 3 or 5 endings, not sure though. Yeah, it's got 5,
right
so you
there.
got bad plus,
I
bad,
don't know who you are, or what
good,
you're trying to do,
good
and I
plus,
don't care.
and then you've got the UFO ending as well.
Just one
So
thing.
bad plus and bad,
Let Cheryl
I can
go.
actually
That's all
do
I ask.
the bad ending relatively close to finishing the game with the bad plus ending, because the 2 requirements for bad plus is that you need to make sure that you don't worry about all the stuff with the resort area and Michael Kaufman, saving him from the monster and that whole little side quest thing. But you need to make sure you get that unknown liquid
This?
in the hospital though, and then use it on Sybil. So that'll get me the bad plus ending. The save that I've made close to this point, I'll just reload that save, and then when we get to the Sybil fight again, I'll choose to kill her instead, because the bad ending also needs you not to do the resort area stuff. But instead of saving Sybil, you kill Sybil. So I'll be able to get the bad ending relatively close to getting the bad plus ending. And then I'm going to do the UFO ending, kind of like in the middle of the 4 endings kind of thing. And then I'm going to do good, and then good plus ending. And the thing about good and good plus is that it's a similar thing to bad plus and bad, in which there's only one thing that you have to do different out of the 2 things that you need to do in order to, well, I guess maybe not 100%, but to get the bad plus ending, you need to not get the stuff in the resort area, but get the unknown liquid and save Sybil. For bad, you don't worry about the resort area stuff either, but you make sure you kill Sybil. In the good ending, you need to do the resort stuff to save Kaufman, and then to kill Sybil. And then to get the good plus ending, you have to go and save Kaufman and do all that stuff in the resort, and then use the unknown liquid on Sybil as well. So I'll be able to get the good and good plus ending relatively close to each other as well. So that'll work in well, because tomorrow is the last day of October, so we haven't reached the point yet where we're up to when the emulation glitch happened, but we're getting there soon, when Lisa is talking to Harry. So hopefully it won't happen again. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Lidus. Thank you so much, dude.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it?
Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
Okay, so that glitch happens again with the emulation. Which means we can't see that little bit. Now some might be like, oh, it's okay, it's just a little split-second thing. But here's why I'm pissed off. Whenever I try and do something special for a game, there is always one tiny thing that fucks up for me and messes it up. And it pisses me off. If this was just any normal playthrough, that'd be fine. But this is a 25th fucking anniversary playthrough, and I'm trying to do something special to celebrate the game. And what fucking happens? An emulation glitch fucks this part up. You wouldn't credit it. Anyway, moving on. Actually, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. Code, the game just knows it's 25th and goes into gremlin mode. Exactly, yeah. But no, it's an emulation thing. The last time I played this on emulator was years ago, and it was on the Duck Station as well. So I don't remember if that happened back then or not. But in any case, all that is missing in that little moment is when Harry goes to comfort Lisa, when Lisa is like, no, and then leaves, she basically stands up quickly and then she walks off and leaves Harry. That's basically what is missing out there. It's good it's not like a major moment. Like, I'd be really pissed off if it was happening during a cutscene that was like important story dialogue stuff, even though there is some important dialogue story stuff there. But I mean to say, at the tail end of it, not so much. Okay, so this save file that says boat, I need to make sure that I don't save over that because that's the save file I'm going to load so that I can play from that point, but choose instead of saving Sybil, just killing her to get the bad ending. But because I'm going for the bad plus ending, I've saved Sybil. So from this point on, for the rest of this for the rest of this run until I get the ending I'm going for, I'll be saving on this save file instead.
I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
Rosie, little bad plus. Yeah, yeah, that's how they've classified the endings. You've got bad and then bad plus, and you've got good and then you've got good plus as well. And then you got the UFO ending, which you have to use a next fear save, which is essentially maybe not 100% exactly like a New Game Plus, but it's along the lines of New Game Plus. So if you want to get the UFO ending, you need to make sure that when you finish the game, you start a next fear playthrough, and then there's a channeling stone you need to find, and then you need to use that stone in various locations, and then the final location is the lighthouse that you need to use it at, and then you'll get the UFO ending. So I'm going to do that in between the two bad endings and two good endings. Code, seems that you get the Red Dead Redemption turned to PC after all. Wonder how many glitches are left. I'm really looking forward to the mods that are going to come out for Red Dead Redemption 1. Like, it's going to be so cool. Like, you'll see so much stuff. Like, I imagine you'll see people take certain outfits from Red Dead Redemption 2, for example, that aren't in Red Dead Redemption 1 and recreate them in Red Dead Redemption 1. You know, things like that. Um, I'd like to see a mod that adds some newspapers from Red Dead 2 into it. All you would have to do, and you might not be able to use the images from the newspapers, so I don't know about that aspect. But if there's a way to mod the text that you can read in the newspapers, then they could add some newspapers from the Red Dead Redemption 2 game into Red Dead Redemption 1 that you can find in certain places. Because that'd be quite cool, actually, to read about events that happened way back then. And then I'm sure people will use AI to have new dialogues and stuff like that. What would have been really cool is if they created some new content for Red Dead Redemption 1 and actually got the actors back, who they could, of course. Unfortunately, the actor who played Uncle in Red Dead Redemption 1, he passed away. the actor who played Landon Ricketts, he passed away as well. I mean, they were older people anyway when they did the role, but it's still unfortunate that they passed away. So can't get them for those roles to do new dialogue and stuff for Red Dead 1. But that'd be kind of cool if they did that. And then I can imagine what modders are going to do with Undead Nightmare as well for Red Dead Redemption 1. Oh, turn to PC. I got your code. There is a key in the faucet, but I can't get it out no matter how much I pull. Biko, you've now got the nostalgic 1990s PS1 intro on your mobile. Oh, very nice, Biko. So is that going to play when your mobile starts up? Because that'd be cool. Code, there's already some HUD element mods, clothing, weapon tweak, and then the usual shader mods. Oh, that's cool, Code. Yeah, I'm glad that there's work being done already. That'd be the thing. I'd love to have the skills and ability to do mods for stuff. Because I always think about these cool sort of like things I'd like to see, but I will never see them because I can't do it myself. You got it for notifications, Biko? Oh, cool. That's a good idea too. The birdcage is locked. Code and some performance fix mods. Oh, very cool. It'd be good to have a mod where you can do things like just change what time of day or night you want it to be when you want it to be that. I know you can do that by making time pass, but it'd be good to be able to do that without having to worry. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. No pyramid hit in this one. No, it wasn't until Silent Hill 2 that they introduced Pyramid Head. It's locked. The word Phaleg is carved on the door. Old clock. There is a square hole in the center of the clock. The hands of the clock. It's a key. I can't get to it because of the glass cover. Just a wall. It's locked. The word Ophiel is carved on the door. Hey there, Hipsuit. Shh, keep quiet. It's supposed to be silent. I know, right? There's a lot of noise going on in Silent Hill. It shouldn't be like that, though. You would think that there'd be no noise. It's supposed to be silent. It's supposed to be the library of towns in the world. How's it going, Hipsuit? How's things been? It's locked. The word Haggith is carved on the door. Hipsuit, things are okay-ish today? Well, I hope that things go much better for you. Hope the day gets better as well. Go home. Thief. Drop dead. Very nice words to put on a desk. Thief, you are filth. Go home. Makes me think of Return of the King when Sam gets told by Frodo to go home because he's been manipulated by Gollum to think that Sam has been eating all the lembas bread. Pliers, tool to use on metal and wires, rusted but usable. Screwdriver, tool for screws, rusted but usable. Lizzie, yesterday you started having anxiety attacks. That really does suck, Lizzie. I'm sorry to hear about that. That'd be unpredictable as well sometimes, I imagine, for when they are going to come on. Key of Ophiel. The word Ophiel is engraved on the key. Code, how many did you eat? 7 or something? You think you lost 1 cup of coffee at the time with that film? You did? Oh no. Stone of Time, large stone with clock face design on pillar with astrology chart hanging from it. Lizzie, hopefully you'll find out what's wrong with you and the doctor's appointment. Hopefully so, Lizzie, because it'd be good to at least know what you need to take care of and also have the methods to do that too, as well. Because it'd be very annoying as well as frustrating to not know those things. Names engraved on a lithograph, the Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set, young and old lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. There is a slate. The Grim Reaper's list. 35, Lydia Finley. 60, Trevor F. White. 18, Albert Laws. 45, Roberta T. Morgan. And 38, Edward C. Briggs. So the answer is alert. Hello, Joe Bulldor. How's things going for you today? Amulet of Solomon. The amulet is a star-shaped object with 6 corners named after the ancient magician.
Harry,
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa,
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
Lisa.
There is a diary on the floor. Asked doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in despite me. To the hospital. Feeling bad. Need to throw up, but nothing's coming out. Vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. Rest in peace, Lisa. Always makes me wonder why she was able to go for so long without succumbing to that. Lucas, you, indeed, that's true. The drug that Lisa was referencing in that is White Claudia, which earlier in the stream I was talking about how it's something that the cult most likely not only uses as part of their ceremonies, but also sells to make money to fund the cult and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. And Lisa was addicted to it. In Silent Hill Origins, one of the things that they get right in matching it up with this game is the fact that she is on the drug, and there's something going on between her and Dr. Kaufman, because Kaufman's involved in the whole thing as well. Like, Harry, you broke it. Key of Hageth. The word Hageth is engraved on the key. Crest of Mercury. Snake in the symbol of Mercury signifies alchemy. Ring of Contract. Rustic, hefty-looking ring of unknown material. A steel plate is screwed to the wall. There is a key. Electricity is flowing to the key. I'll get shocked if I grab it now. Camera with flash. Looks like an altar. Wonder what they worship. The light to the future. The light illuminating the darkness. It seems that I misinterpreted the puzzle solution when I typed it out for myself to use later. I must have made a mistake in which row and which numbers I assigned. Ah, hang on. That's where the camera comes into play. Oh yeah, Biko, that's no trouble at all. I hope that you enjoy your walk, and I'll definitely still be streaming because in this stream I'd like to get the other ending, the other bad ending, so I can get both of those bad endings in the one stream. So I'll definitely still be streaming for a bit longer, that's for sure. I hope you enjoy your walk. Birdcage key. A birdcage is engraved on the key. There's a place mark in the book. White Claudia. Perennial herb found near water. Reaches height of 10 to 15 inches. Oblong leaves, white blossoms. Seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. Key of Phaleg. The word Phaleg is engraved on the key. Alrighty then, so this fridge here, I'm going to make a save state because I just want to show what happens if you do the wrong thing. And then that way I don't have to worry about reloading from the in-game save. Alright, so this is a sword. I think it's a sword or dagger or something. The chain is missing a link. There is a dagger of Melchior. Take it. So if you take it, I'll read what it says about it first. Dagger of Melchior, the ancient dagger named after the Meiji. So if you take it out and you don't put the ring into it to prevent it from opening up, this is what happens. There we go. You need the sword, but you need to make sure that you have the ring. And then when you take the sword out, you don't move, you just use the ring. And that'll prevent that from happening. The chain is fixed with the ring. It's locked. The word Bethor is carved on the ring, on the door. Ankh. Elliptical talisman with a cross inside. The floors and walls are covered with graffiti. It's locked. The word Aratron is carved on the door. There's a bottle filled with some kind of drug. Better leave it. Jelly beans. Key of Bethor. The word Bethor is engraved on the key. So earlier in the game, when you came across this television and the VCR, you could put the videotape in and you would hear a recording, but it wasn't fully clear. Now that we're in this part of the game, when I actually play it this time, we'll get the full.
What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
The generator is working. The generator is stopped. Alright, so with the generator off, we can now get this key. There is a key of Aratron. Key of Aratron. The word Aratron is engraved on the key.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
Disc of Ouroboros. Ring of a snake biting its own tail. It's interesting because one of the characters that we heard speaking there was actually voiced by the actor who voices Harry, but it's not the same character. It's not implying that Harry was there. It's just that they got him to do another voice in this game other than Harry. Cards are scattered on the floor. There are specimens of butterflies and moths hanging on the wall. There are old fairy tales, picture books of animals, and plants on the shelf. A child's drawings are scattered on the floor. So the whole thing with Alessa being interested in fairy tales and also being interested in butterflies and moths, plus the fact that she has psychic abilities, plus the fact that the cult was using her to essentially bring about a god, all that psychological trauma mixed in with that psychic ability, and that is what has been pushed out into the town of Silent Hill. So that's why there's a lot of monsters that are moth-like and a lot of insects, but also the fairy tale earlier in the story where you read about an archer with a bow who fights a lizard monster thing, giving you a clue how to defeat the boss at the school. All that kind of stuff ties into Alessa's enjoyment of fairy tales and stuff. Except, of course, it's coming to life, those sorts of things. A girl's clothing hangs on the wall. 6, maybe 7. Must be a kid about that age. A child's drawings are scattered on the floor. So all this is Alessa's stuff. None of this stuff is of any use. It's locked. Thou possess them to guard thy spirit. Evoke 5 rites. Unveil thy fate.
Come along. No. No. I don't want to. Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No. I don't want to do it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just 2 of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong. Mommy! Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
There we go. We have Dahlia basically saying, I want to use some of your power, which is her psychic ability. And obviously, Alessa doesn't want to do that, you know. Um, Going to talk about the first Silent Hill movie for a second as well. So I was saying in one of the other streams of this playthrough that in the Silent Hill movie, while I do like it, there's some things that I felt they shouldn't have changed. And one of them was that in the game, as we see, Dahlia is actually a villain in the original story. But in the movie, they changed that. They make it that it wasn't her that wanted to use her daughter to awaken a god. It was these other members of the cult. And there's a different cult leader and stuff. And they were the ones that decided that Alessa was to be used in that way. And so Dahlia in the movie is a more sympathetic character. Now, there's nothing wrong about the performance, though, by Deborah Kara Unger, who plays Dahlia in the movie. She does an amazing job with the role and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like adapting the character, they completely change her character for the movie from the game.
I was shocked to realize the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name? Ugh!
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh, everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God. It's awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere.
Cheryl!
Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a God descended among us to reach out and save us.
Linus, your daughter will be the bish that you are, stupid lady. Yeah, auto mod. It's funny that it picked up on bish being a different word for bitch. Auto mod using its brain there. Man, it's been a while since you triggered auto mod. Oh shit, the bish is on fire. NBA Jam. Boom shakalaka. He's heating up. He's on fire. From downtown. Boom shakalaka. I used to love those games. Playing the Super Nintendo versions. It's funny how, you like it wasn't, a full team on either side, but just having two players versus two players, that was just so fun. They really were, Linus. I hope they get like a remaster or something sometime. Maybe it might be difficult, I don't know about rights and stuff, but it'd be cool if they did. And also have like the ability to add new graphics and stuff. Used to love playing it in the arcade. Oh, very nice. It was arcade bullshit, which was so much fun. Yeah, you gotta love how the arcade versions of games were way more of an asshole,
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl? Cheryl!
And there we go. That's one ending achieved for this playthrough. Lightest Bish is glowing. You love how he twitches sideways, as if it is normal being electrocuted by Raiden. Yeah, it's fine, just brush yourself off. Like, that's alright. Bish is glowing, is down, glowing, Bish is down. Oh damn, it's his daughter, you murdered her, you Bish, Harry. Yeah, good thing this isn't the canon ending. He would have gone Snake or Liquid. Cheryl! The ending credit, you haven't heard this in years. What I like too is that I think you get a different credit song depending on what ending you get. It was funny that they had bloopers. It's really cool that they did something like that. You didn't know, Lidus, I will be doing the UFO ending, but there's a certain order I'm doing the endings in. So I've gotten Bad Plus. I'm now going to get Bad Ending. And then the next ending I'll get will be UFO. And then Good Plus. I'm going to do them in that order. I've got a save file so that I can just reload that. And then all I have to do is make sure that instead of saving Sybil with the liquid that I found, I actually kill her instead. And that way I'll be able to get the bad ending. Harry looks like a younger Alec Baldwin. I think there's some parts there, like some angles, he looks like Keanu Reeves as well, if he had short hair. Lidus, you need to ask, which is the real canon ending? So I can't remember in terms of Sybil, if she actually survives or not. I can't remember that part. But in terms of like Cheryl, basically you've got Alessa who split her soul into two, and then that second soul was Cheryl. And now that Cheryl goes, Alessa decides instead to, or something like that happens where she instead leaves another soul, or the rest of a soul, or something like that anyway, which then becomes Heather. So Heather is yet another reincarnation, if you will, of Alessa. The first one is Cheryl, and then Heather is the second one. But Heather has all the memories of Alessa and that, but they're sort of like, you know, buried in her subconscious. But as she goes through Silent Hill 3 story, they bubble to the surface as well. But yeah, forget it in terms of Sybil, whether she actually survives canonically or not. But in terms of like Cheryl, she technically dies. I think she does. No, she leaves a baby, that's right. Yeah. Alessa leaves a baby there, and Harry takes that child, and that is Heather. Just had to think for a second there. It can get a bit confusing with this game in particular because there's multiple different combinations and all that kind of stuff. So we got the Bad Plus ending. Make a save. I'm going to save here to create Next Fear. Now if you want to get the special weapons, you need to start a Next Fear playthrough. But I'm not going to do that just yet. What I need to do is reload that boat save file and then play again from there. Hey there, Octavius. How's things going today? Before I reload that save though, I'm going to take a break because there's still a lot to do. It's just that this time around, I'm not going to be waiting for music. Unless there's different music, then I'll wait for it and wait till it loops. But in terms of like other music that we've already heard in the playthrough, I'm not going to be stopping to listen to that. But the plan is to take a break, and then when I come back from that break, reload the save file that I made at the boat, and then when I get to oh yeah, this plays normally. And then when I get to Sybil the second time around, I'll actually kill her instead of save her with the red liquid. So I'm going to reload that save state that I made so that the music can play while I'm on my break. Oop. I'll just pin a message to the top of chat as well. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Alrighty then, back from my break. Alright, so we finished the game, the first run through for this playthrough. We got the bad plus ending. I made a save at the boat. I'm going to reload this save because with the bad plus ending, you need to make sure that you go to the hospital and you get the unknown liquid and put it into a plastic bottle. And then when it comes to the resort area of Silent Hill, you don't bother doing the side stuff with Kaufman and all that kind of stuff. And then when you get to the Sybil boss fight, you then use the unknown liquid on Sybil to save her. If you have the liquid, the game won't automatically make Harry use it. So what I'm doing, I'm reloading the boat save before the Sybil boss fight. And because the bad ending also requires you to ignore the Kaufman side stuff, it means that because I've got the unknown liquid on the save file, that all I need to do this time is when we get to the boss fight with Sybil, I just don't use the liquid. I kill her instead. And then I play up the rest of the game from that point, and then we'll get the bad ending. The music that I've listened to up to this point in the playthrough, I'm not going to re-listen to it all over again by stopping and waiting till it loops. However, with the Sybil boss fight going to be different now, if there's any music that is different to before, then I'll make sure to cover it as well, including in the ending, because I'm pretty sure you get a different ending song depending on which ending you get. So we're going to go for the bad ending now. We've already gotten the bad plus ending, but we're going to go for the bad ending where you don't worry about the resort area. When it comes to killing Sybil or not, you don't use the liquid, and then that'll get you the bad ending. Code and a small local hailstorm is going on. Oh, wonderful. Just what you don't need. Hey there, Octavius. Absolutely, yeah, it was good to take a little bit of a break, because it'll probably take me a while to get the rest of what I need to do done to get the bad ending, because I'm not that far from the end. But having said that, though, even though I've already just finished the game, there's probably some things that I've forgotten already, so I'll probably still be a little bit lost. But it's all good. As long as I get the other ending in this stream, then that'll be good for today, and then tomorrow I can get the rest of the endings. Hello there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Hope you're having a good morning so far. Silent Hill's going great. I got the bad plus ending, so now I'm going to get the bad ending. It works out well because the requirements for the bad ending, one of them is the same for both the bad plus and the bad. It's just that you need to do something different when it comes to Sybil to get one ending or the other out of the bad ones. So for the bad plus ending, you need to make sure that you get the unknown liquid in the hospital early in the game, and then when it comes to the resort you don't worry about doing anything there. And then when you get to the boss fight with Sybil, you use the liquid on her to save her, and then that'll lock you into the bad plus ending. The bad ending, which I'm going for now, the only thing you need to do different is kill Sybil instead of using the red liquid. Because the red liquid doesn't get used automatically if you have it. You still have to actually decide to use it, even when you still have it. So that's all I need to do this time around. And so the save that I reloaded is at the boat, just before getting to the amusement park. So it won't take long to get back to that point, but it still might take a long time to get past the nowhere section after that. Hey there, Dumbledore. Hey there, the Percenter. How's things? Listen to so you can reuse some save files. Yeah, yeah. Um, but I can't do the good and good plus ending from this save file that I made though, because I've gone past the point where you can do the side stuff with Kaufman. Because if you do the side stuff with Kaufman, then he will be involved in the ending for good, depending on which sort of like good or good plus ending you're going for. And there's 5 endings in total. And I am doing all endings, yeah. I'm doing bad plus first, then bad. Then to separate the good from the bad ones, I'm doing the UFO in the middle. And then I'm doing good and then good plus as the final thing. Here we go. So we're back into the amusement park. Listen, you're doing alright. Had a bit of a day from hell at work yesterday, but some days are just like that. Some days you're mostly resetting passwords all day, it seems, with some sprinkling of problems to fix here and there. Today was the opposite. Every call was something you'd either not seen before or involved you physically being away from your desk. So you're hoping for a bit of an easier day today. Yesterday was the opposite, you meant. Even your brain still thinks you're trapped in yesterday, apparently. What are you talking about, Lucinda? Isn't it, Tuesday today? Well, that sucks that you had a day from hell at work. I guess it could be worse. You could still be stuck there doing like extra shift or something. But I really hope that the rest of your work week is the opposite of a day from hell. Yeah, I mean you got to be hopeful for that kind of stuff as well. But it doesn't help the day, of course. Like it's like saying it's okay when you have a bad day. Just remember, it'll come to an end. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't fucking help when it's still a bad day, does it? It doesn't help you necessarily through the shit. Exactly, Lucinda. Yeah, yeah. Viewy Chief, hey there. Thank you so very much for the 7 months in a row. Welcome on in. Good morning to you as well. 7 months, you're still a little bit old. Well, thank you. It's amazing how time flies. Like that's crazy. Thank you so very much for that, Viewer Chief. I really do appreciate it, and thank you for using your Prime for that as well. I hope you're having a good week so far. I've got the unknown liquid, but this time around, instead of saving Sybil with it, we're actually going to have the fight with Sybil. Damn it. The music and the sound effects are both tied to the same volumes. Whoops. Oh well, the best I can get is just with the sound effects. So I'll let this music play with just annoying sound effects going over the top of it.
I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? Damn! Huh? What is this? Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa. This is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now.
What's going on here?
Harry.
Lisa. What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia?
Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head.
What is it, Lisa?
So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going? I'm being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
Code, you get a mental image of a workplace with flying stress balls flying overhead and some people getting hit in the head with it. Listen, you're used to streaming where you can bitch about things all the time. It's just part of the stream. Yeah, can't necessarily do that when you're at the office, at least out loud. Yeah, Lucinda, Sybil. Sybil unfortunately had to die as part of getting this bad ending. It's funny though, because you would think that Sybil dying would go towards like the bad plus ending, not the regular bad. Oh, I hate them too as well. Invisible walls that just pop up out of nowhere. It's like, let's climb over this bush. Oh, we can't because there's an invisible wall stopping it. It was at that moment where Harry realized, oh shit, I'm a horror game protagonist. Get me out of here. This music. Yeah, it's so funny. Some of the music that plays in scenes that are just, a conversation like that. Conan next snack pack ordered salty crackers, cookies, mini Snickers, and a few chocolate bars with nougat, croquant, and salty bits. Half goes to mother as she is a night snacker in her old age. Oh, well, that's good to distribute it in that way. Well, that's definitely a snack pack, that's for sure. Yeah, Lucinda, there's trouble with the emulation at that point. It happened before, and I tried to reload the save and then try again, but it happened again. So it's just something that I can't avoid, unfortunately. The silver lining is that it happens right at the end of the conversation, and all that happens is she just stands up and then leaves the room. But still, it was fucking annoying when it first happened. I was like, oh, great. Try to do something special and I get slapped in the face. Cheers, Lucinda. Yeah, it's just so annoying. If it was any other playthrough, I wouldn't mind so much. But when it's celebrating the game's 25th anniversary, it's like, come on, game. Or rather, come on, emulator. Code plus you need your coffee treats? Oh, hell yeah. It's good to have those along with the coffee. The good thing is now, until I do the good endings, I don't have to worry about anything to read that I've already read.
Harry.
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry?
Lisa?
Thank you, Placenta, for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Listen to them, Lisa hiding behind the door. Not cool. It's like, come on. Don't hide right behind the door. Jeez. Code caress me, my darling, running away and screaming. Yeah, it's unfortunate what happens to Lisa there. You know, she's kind of like an innocent party in the sense of like everything that went on with Alessa and stuff. She was only, trying to care for her and her wounds and stuff like that. But unfortunately, her fate is that she's the same as the other nurses. It's just that she didn't actually believe or didn't actually realize it yet. Listen, you never realized this tune was in this game. You've heard the version that sounds similar in Silent Hill 2. Yeah, it's interesting the reuse of some themes and even redo as well. In Silent Hill 3, there's actually a version of the Silent Hill 1 theme song, but they added lyrics, which I'm not really a fan of. I prefer the original instrumental version from this game. Um, but that bit of music is just so, so good. It really fits so well what's happening there with Lisa. Okay, so I've got one. Can I interject something just to save us all some time? Sure, Philip, go ahead. Well, according to our kind hosts, our dreams are a group psychosis, sort of a mellow mass hysteria. The fact that we all dreamt about this guy before we even met doesn't impress anybody. So we go in circles, making minimal progress with maximum effort. You won't make any progress until you recognize your dreams for what they are. And what are they? The byproducts of guilt, psychological scars stemming from moral conflicts and overt sexuality. Oh, great. Now it's my dick that's killing me. That's from A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. But since you love that movie, it's such a great sequel too, as well. It was cool to have Nancy come back and played again by Heather Langenkamp as well. And I like the idea of having these characters that are in a mental institution because of the nightmares they're having about Freddy Krueger, and that Heather has become a dream psychologist as a result of her experiences in the first movie, and is able to help them out and understand where they're coming from, whereas the other staff and their parents just think that they're all making it up, or they're just seeking attention and all that kind of stuff. But I have to say, one of my favorite characters in that is Kincaid. He's just such a great character. I like his line where he's like, "Let's go kick this motherfucker's ass all over Dreamland." Hey there, Punisher Bo. Welcome on in. Oh, going well today. Things are going good. How about yourself? I hope you're having a good one. Oh, excellent. That's great. Good to hear. Punisher, sitting here listing stuff in your shop, you need something to keep you company. This was a great choice. You remember Silent Hill from when you were a kid? Oh, very nice, Punisher. That's cool. Yeah, that's good to have something that you can have going on when you're doing other things. That's awesome. Yeah, this game, the funny thing is, when I first played it around 1999, I didn't actually like it, but it was because I was spoiled by Resident Evil at that point, and I guess I liked the more sort of like, hands-on, less psychological sort of thing. But when I played this game for the second time, a couple of years later after that, I definitely realized that it was a really good game, and I appreciated it a lot. And yeah, I've been a fan of Silent Hill since then. Your work take double time, but you enjoy it a lot more this way. Oh, well, that's good too, you know. Like, even if it does take a bit more time, at least you're able to spend that doing something that you enjoy. So thank you for choosing to watch the stream. Hey, Ogorki, welcome. I hope you're having a good day today. Punisher Bow, imagine how good these graphics are compared to other stuff from back then. Yeah, and I think developers as well, they had a lot more experience by this point with the PlayStation 1 as a console. So they would have been able to get a lot of things done in a better way than they did before. Hey there, Stardust. You thought that pin said something about a waiver law. You're like, Rod, what did you do? You just woke up to clarify. Oh, no. No, that's just a pin about what the game is. I usually do that sometimes with some games. Put like a pinned message up top about the game, what type of playthrough it is and stuff. Punisher, like watching the first games to the NES, and then look at Super Mario 3. The graphics are like night and day. Oh, it's definitely another great example. Definitely a big jump, from one to the next as well. Stardust, that's such a strange lock. What if the lock codes actually spelled something? Yeah, I was actually saying at the earlier part of this stream about if I was gonna. No, actually, it was yesterday's stream, sorry. If they were going to do another remake, because I classify Silent Hill Shattered Memories as a remake of this, if they were to do another remake with the keys at the start, the Woodman key, the Scarecrow key, and what is the other one? Ah, shit. Can't even remember the other key. Anyway, in a remake, it'd be interesting if there was something related to each character on the key. So, for example, you might go into someone's backyard, and there might be a scarecrow in the backyard, and the character thinks that it's a real person or something and gets scared, but then realizes it's just a scarecrow, and then there's a key on the scarecrow. That's the scarecrow key. Just something like that, for example. That no, not the Hatter. That's not the. That's the plates. Dr. Darling, you back, Rod? Did you miss me, Rod? Are you back, Rod? Did you miss me, Rod? No, I'm not Dr. Darling 2 times, Rod. You're not Dr. Darling 2 times. Going back to that quote from Goodfellas, that Jimmy 2 times. Welcome back, then, Dr. Darling. Hey, Mr. X fan, welcome on in. Huh? Radio? What's going on with that radio? Welcome on in, Mr. X fan. How's things going? Such a memorable line.
has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please.
Stardust, you sense deception. Deception. It is Placenta, yeah. Goodfellas is such a great movie. It's probably my favorite mafia movie, I'd say. Code the Spidey senses tingling, screeching, and running in large circles in the ceiling. Now that would be interesting, a horror movie version of Spider-Man. Started speaking of movies since MHA, your next just released October 11 of this year. You've been finishing up the MHA Enemy. So what is MHA? Sorry, this movie you feel won't make much sense until you get to a certain point in the anime, which you watched already, but you figured why not finish? Well, that's definitely fair enough too. You know, like if you haven't finished something before and you have enough interest. Oh, My Hero Academia. Okay, yes, I'm not really knowledgeable about anime stuff, except basic things like Astro Boy and Transformers G1. That's about the extent to my experience with anime, at least growing up, you know. Um, but otherwise, not much. Dr. Darling, you added the first Silent Hill 2 watch list. Oh, very nice, Dr. Darling. That's awesome. What you need to do, though, is you need to find a desolate location and set up a way to watch the movie and make sure that it's a very foggy early morning and make sure that you're by yourself and there's no one for miles and then sit back and watch the movie on your own. Placenta Donnie Brasco is another good mob movie, also Carlito's Way, some amazing actors in those movies. Yeah, Donnie Brasco, I still need to see that movie, but I've watched interviews with the real guy that it was based off of, and it was just interesting to get, his perspective on that life and how he was almost a maid. He was going to be, made before he was pulled out of the mission, so to speak. So you can watch there for free. Oh, I got you, Stardust. Yeah. No, that's fair enough. Yeah. I'm not really into anime that much. I mean, the Castlevania anime looked interesting, but that's mainly because I'm a fan of Castlevania. Stardust heresy. I know, right? Everyone in the world should be a fan of anime. Okay, I don't have the Ring of Contract, so there's no point being in here yet. No worries, Stardust. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's about time for you to head off to work. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so very much, Lucinda. I definitely will. I really hope that you have a really good work day today. Thank you so much for popping in. I really hope everything goes well. Would like to definitely recommend people checking out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda just recently did a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake, playing through that for the first time, and it was actually her first Silent Hill game that she's ever played. And she's also doing a playthrough of Hellblade 2, a first time run. Also a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as other horror franchises like Dying Light, Dead Island, as well as Evil Within and The Last of Us, and also a fan of stealth games like the Dishonored series, and also games like Bioshock, and also has some really cool raccoon themed emotes as well. So definitely recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. And that's absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. You have a great one. Definitely catch you again soon. Oh, that's awesome, Punisher. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, that's cool.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
Oh, you love the Resident Evil games, Punisher? Oh, very nice. The only one I was able to fit into my schedule for October was Resident Evil 3, but I would have loved to be able to do a marathon of Resident Evil, but hopefully next year, and it doesn't have to be in October either, but hopefully I can do the marathon finally, because it's been a while since I played all the main entries. Oh, cool. Watching this makes you want to play it yourself. Oh, very nice. Half the soul, 3/7 of the soul, rather. That's true. Yeah, the things that the cult wanted and were doing, and all that kind of stuff. And the concept of having like someone that is in pain and they have a psychic ability, and there's a part of their soul that was split from them, and it's been put into the body of a child, and then that child was adopted, found on the road, and adopted by Harry and his wife, and then 7 years after that happened, the calling to Cheryl to return to Silent Hill coming along, and all that kind of stuff. Like, the one thing that's good about that whole thing is that in with Cheryl, like, she grew up and was able to be cared for by loving parents and not be put through the kind of pain that Alessa had been as well, unfortunately. Which, when you see Dahlia later on in a flashback that they show, where she's basically forcing her daughter to go into this ritual and all that kind of stuff, it's very, very unfortunate that that's the kind of treatment that Alessa was given as well. Yeah, so it's definitely a case of Alessa has these powers, and her mother wanted to exploit those powers for the cult's gain, and basically used Alessa against her will for that end. Alright, so make a save. So for those who weren't here earlier, I've already gotten the bad plus ending. Now I'm going for the bad ending. And the requirements for the bad plus ending was to get the unknown liquid in the hospital early in the game, then ignore the resort area where you save Kaufman, ignore doing that, and then when fighting Sybil, use the unknown liquid on Sybil to save her. And then that'll lock you into getting the bad plus ending. So I've already done that, but I had a save file that I kept before fighting Sybil, and with the bad ending, you also need to ignore the whole thing with Kaufman. You also need to get the unknown liquid. Oh, sorry, no, you don't have to. Sorry. You don't have to get the unknown liquid. Sorry. For the bad ending that I'm going for now, you just have to ignore the resort area. Don't get the red liquid. If you accidentally do get it, you can still get the bad ending by not using it. You kill Sybil instead. So we've already killed Sybil this time around. So now that we've reached the final boss fight, we're going to see some different stuff than what we saw in the bad plus ending, and there'll be some music and stuff that didn't happen for the bad plus ending that I'll actually not talk over and just listen to. But yeah, we're just about ready to face off against the final boss now to get the bad ending. Yeah, Punisher. It's so confusing too, because like it's like don't do this, but then you have to do this for the other endings and stuff. So the way that I've organized it is to do the bad endings and then do the UFO ending in the middle and then do the two good endings and finish off with the best ending. And then that way I can show all the different endings and do it in a shorter amount of time than just starting the game from scratch every time to get each ending. Punisher, you like the dog ending in Resident Evil 2 OG? Oh, oh, you mean Silent Hill 2? So disarming from all the horror. Yeah, the idea of getting like a dog ending is quite funny as well. Oh, that's all good, Punisher. I don't blame you. We were talking about Resident Evil as well. That's all good. But yeah, it was so funny getting like a dog ending.
Come along. No! No! I don't want to! Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No! I don't want to do it! It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong. Mommy! Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself. Mommy?
Dahlia.
Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times, restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God. awakening. It's awake. Now no one can interfere.
Cheryl!
Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god descended among us to reach out and save us! Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl? Cheryl!
Estoy soñando, sí, solo imagino, todo es real, ojalá que así no fuera. Es solo otro día, otra noche fría, no sé si me buscas o si me esperas. Puedo ver en tus ojos y también tu rostro. Quiero ver mi amada y dormirme abrazada. Dime que me quieres, dilo por favor. No puedo dejarte y menos olvidarte. No puedo saber ¿qué quieres de mí? Puedo tocarte, incluso verte. Ven hacia mí. Vamos más cerca. Puedo sentirte tan cerca de mí. No me persigas, no lo soporto. ¿Por qué me torturas? ¿Qué quieres de mí? Dime quién eres, dime dónde estás. ¿Qué quieres de mí? ¿Qué necesitas de mí? No puedo saberlo. ¿Qué quieres de mí?
Punisher Bo, thank you so very much for giving that gift sub. To Mickey, thank you very much for that generosity. Muchly appreciated, Punisher Bo. Congratulations, Mickey, for getting the gift sub. Thank you so much, Punisher. Thanks for the GGs as well. Thank you. Hey there, Stan. Good day to you as well, dude. How's things going today? Cheers, Dumbledore. Thanks for the grats on beating the game. Thank you very much. Punisher, was this the bad ending? It was, yeah. Yeah, so this is the ending where instead of saving Sybil, you don't. Thanks for the GGs, Stan. That's true, Dumbledore. Yes, this was the bad ending. And earlier, probably about an hour or so ago, I got the bad plus ending. So it was good to be able to show both bad endings without having to restart the game a second time from scratch to get it. But for the other good ending, I'll have to start from scratch again. But there's also the UFO ending, which I'll be doing as the next ending in the playthrough. Yeah, Punisher was just away from keyboard and muted at the same time too. A bit of a mixture to let the music and stuff play, because each ending has a different song as well. Yeah, Stan. Yeah, so I've been doing that with the music throughout the game, just sort of like waiting until it loops before talking or moving on and stuff like that. For the good endings, I need to do other stuff that I didn't do for the bad endings, so there'll be other music that I'll have to stop and listen to. But for all the other bits of music in the game, I won't be stopping to listen to them every single ending. Well, I mean, I'll listen to the music of each ending because each song is different, but I mean to say, all the other music that we've heard already in the game for this playthrough, I won't be stopping to listen to it, 3 or 4 times. Yeah, Punisher. Yeah, Sybil in the Silent Hill movie as well. Yeah, Laurie Holden plays her in that. She's actually pretty good actress. One of the other movies I saw her in was The Mist, which that is such a great horror movie, that one. Punisher, what is the difference? Yeah, so without having Sybil there, you don't see Sybil shoot at Dahlia before being attacked. And then she actually snaps Harry out of his shock at what happened. And then they both leave. But also, when you don't kill Sybil, there's some dialogue with Harry explaining that Cheryl's not actually his biological daughter, and that he and his wife adopted her when they found her lying on the side of the highway, and all that. So that's another difference as well. Oh, cheers, O'Gorky. Thank you very much. Punisher, you saw that a few days ago, The Mist. You liked it very much, the movie. Yeah, that ending, like, holy shit. Like, just... And the book, because I read the book as well, years afterwards, but I read the book as well, and Stephen King himself even felt that the ending they made for the movie version was better than his own ending that he came up with. But apparently the ending that they made for the movie, there was a little bit of a inspiration in the actual ending of the book that made them think about changing the ending to what we got with the movie as well. But yeah, that was such a great movie. It is yeah, that is definitely a what the fuck ending. It's also a gut punch ending as well. Like, it's just like, holy fucking shit. Okay, so there's the bad ending. We got the bad plus ending earlier, and now we've got the bad ending. So just to recap, to make sure that you can get the bad plus ending, you need to make sure that when you're in the hospital, you find the plastic bottle and then use the plastic bottle on the unknown liquid. And then when you get to the resort area, you need to ignore that whole spot. So you just go directly to the lighthouse area instead. You go towards that direction. And then when you get to the Sybil boss fight, if you make a save before the fight, then what you can do is you can get the bad plus ending by saving Sybil with the red liquid. And then to get the bad ending without having to start the game all over again, you can basically reload your save that you made before choosing to save Sybil, but instead actually don't save her and fight her. Because the thing is, you don't It's not one of those games where, oh, the game recognizes you already have the liquid, so it'll automatically make you use it. You can still have the liquid, but still decide not to use it on Sybil. So that's what I did for this playthrough to get the bad plus ending, and then reloaded my other save that I made, and then just didn't use it on Sybil to get the bad ending as well. Alright, so that was the save file, the next Fear one that I made with finishing the game with the bad plus ending. I'll just put that on top there. Whoops, I didn't mean to load. The only reason I'm doing this is I want to get some music to have as the ending of the stream music. So I'll just wait till there's something that I can get to loop. There we go. So I'll just leave it with that music while I do my outro stuff. Sorry about that static. My laptop didn't like me opening a web browser to prep to raid out to someone. Oh, nice. So Crocodiles is live. Excellent. That works out really well. So I'll just load up his stream on my browser so I'm ready. Cool. Alright, so before we raid out, just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. There'll be one more stream of Silent Hill on my channel before the end of the month. The thing is though, what I might do is I might do the UFO ending as a separate stream on its own, and then when I do that ending, I'll start another stream to work on the good endings. So if it happens to be in between time, which I don't imagine it'll take very long for me to start the other stream, but in any case, I will be streaming this again tomorrow. I'll be doing the UFO ending next, and then after that I'll be doing the two good endings, but I'll have the UFO ending in its own separate part of the playthrough, in its own stream. But thank you everyone for watching, I really do appreciate it. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day. Lighters, you're going to check the VOD for this shit? Strange is no strange. It's Doctor Strange. It's strange, isn't it? Very strange. But that's all good, Lighters. Yeah, I just got the bad ending this time around and showed what that is as well. We got a different song also. And Punisher, Bo, that's no worries at all for today. I hope that the rest of your day goes well too. Lighters, thank you for the stream. We appreciate you, man. Thank you always. No trouble at all, Lighters. Thank you so much for being here too. Muchly appreciated as well. Thank you, Punisher. I will have a great one. I hope that you have a great day too. See you next time, Dumbledore. I hope you have a good one. That's right, Dr. Darling. Yeah, early start, early-ish end. But yeah, I think 7 hours is enough for this. But tomorrow will be a longer stream day because I got to get 3 endings. So yeah. See you next time, Keone. I hope you have a good one too. Before we raid out, I want to give some shout-outs. would like to definitely recommend people check out Enmita, who has been doing his first playthrough of Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Hipsuit, who is doing Stream Raiders, Lightus, who does a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of the Mortal Kombat franchises as well. Well, not franchises. It's not like there's Mortal Kombat one franchise and then the other. But he's a big fan of Mortal Kombat and retro games as well. Lucinda is doing her first playthrough of Hellblade 2, and Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden, but also games like Outlast as well as Elden Ring. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And Lightus, that's absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Here's a general raid message that everyone can copy and paste. I've also got one for subscribers as well. There's some emotes related to October that won't be available after October's finished. I've got a pumpkin one that I made for October that won't be active afterwards. I've also got one of Alan Wake from American Nightmare with his flashlight. So that will be an animated emote that I won't have active after October. I've also got one of Harry Mason, which I've only got active for the rest of October. But I've got an Alan Wake from Alan Wake 1, where he's using his torch like a lighthouse light. I'll be keeping that after October's finished. And same with this Alan Wake 1, where he's basically slowly moving his face up to the camera. It's one of the moments in the game, in the live action segments in the video. So I'll put those as the raid message for subscribers. But the Harry Mason emote, the pumpkin emote, and the animated Alan Wake one, where it's more of a close-up with him swinging his flashlight, those will be the ones that won't be after October. In the lighthouse, that was like popping into the TV. That's true. Yeah, that's what I loved about it too, and just how it sort of like zooms in. It's like when it shows the title of Alan Wake after you've not pressed anything. You know, it does that sort of thing. But also, it also happens when you finish a chapter as well, before the music at the end of chapter plays. So we're going to raid out to Crooked Isles, and Crooked is playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla at the moment. He's actually got a mod installed so he can change whatever Eivor is wearing to practically any other characters or NPCs outfits. Same with the hairstyles as well. So it'll be interesting to see what hairstyle he's got Eivor wearing in his playthrough today for his stream. But thanks again everyone for watching. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's Thursday, and after October's finished, it'll be Assassin's Creed Unity for the rest of that playthrough, and then I've got heaps of games to still go, but Assassin's Creed Unity is the other game I've got going at the moment on the channel, but the next stream of that won't be until Friday. No, Lighters, definitely not. Yeah, I don't think he'd be able to get away with that. Although I guess, you know, unless there was a hot tub mod, I'm sure that Twitch wouldn't mind that. Random shenanigans moment, absolutely. That's all good, dude. It's like, just, you know, have a hot tub in any game, then that should be right then. Thanks again everyone for watching. Hope you all have a great rest of your Wednesday.
Am I wrong?
You are not. Why do you ask?
To bolster our trade, of course. Wallace is the finest